Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The death toll from the floods that struck on Friday evening has risen to 42 as heavy rains continue across the country. Across at least 16 counties, families are counting losses after flood waters swept away homes, farms and roads, leaving many people displaced. Meanwhile, the Kenya Meteorological Department says the heavy rains currently being experienced are expected to reduce from tomorrow, Tuesday. However, moderate to heavy showers are still likely to continue in parts of Nairobi. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has criticized the former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua for what he described as constantly boasting about his former position. Kindiki said even past presidents, including Mwai Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta, did not brag about the offices they held. He questioned why Gachagua continues to boast, claiming the former deputy president failed to deliver meaningful development projects to the people he served.
Wewe Rigathi, wakati Kibaki amekuwa rais wa Kenya, hatukuona akituringia hapa. Wakati Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa rais, hakuturingia hapa. Wewe unakuja kuturingia hapa. Wewe ni nani? Na hakuna hata project moja umeleta hapa Meru. Aende asiende. Aende asiende.
Residents of Riatha village in Engineer Kinangop, Nyandara County set fire to two motorbikes suspected of being used to transport stolen meat. The residents say thieves often slaughter stolen animals before transporting the meat, adding that one of the suspects is well known in the area. They warn that they will continue taking matters into their own hands if action is not taken against the suspects.
Ng'ombe walikuta ikiwa imekatwa, hata haikuwa imetolewa nini. Na tukaagana tutakaa hapa mpaka asubuhi. Asubuhi ndipo tuliona pikipiki mbili zimepangwa karibu na hapo. Na wananchi wakawa wameingia kwa wingi sana, ikachomwa.
Hatuwezi kuwa tunaimba lakini tunashuhudia mapikipiki ya kichomwa na ili hali iwe ni yetu. Sasa tunataka kusema wale wenye wako na motorbike na wanaedanga nazo na wanazitumia kwa wizi waangaliwe sana. Na sisi nimesikia wanaraia wakisema watakuwa na koti yao ni moto na mafuta kuchoma. Kwa hivyo wakichijiwa ng'ombe wameamua nao watakuwa na choma wenye watakuwa wanaiba.
Iran has attacked key infrastructure in the Gulf region on Sunday, hitting fuel tanks at Kuwait's main airport and a desalination plant in Bahrain as the conflict entered its second week. At least 4 people have been reported dead across the region. In Saudi Arabia, the civil defense says a military projectile landed in a residential area in Al-Harj, south of Riyadh, killing 2 people and injuring 12 others. Meanwhile, in Kuwait, the Interior Ministry says 2 border guards were killed while carrying out their national duty. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. Indeed, it is a Monday. It is the 9th day of March 2026. How are you? I know some of you are not necessarily having a good time because of what we experienced on Friday. It was a very, very dark time for a lot of Kenyans. I know a lot of others are doing memes actually, and funny memes to be honest, but something went down on Friday, and a couple of us are actually mourning, a couple of Kenyans, a couple of Nairobians actually mourning because of that. So we shall be talking about that and much more. City Muga is on his way, so I'm going to be flying solo for the next couple of minutes. So tafadhali, let me know where you're listening from. You can find us on Facebook, you can find us on X, you can find us on our YouTube channel, that is at Radio Generation Kenya. On Facebook as well, it's Radio Generation Kenya. On X, it's at Radio Gen KE. That also applies on TikTok. All right, let me see who's currently tuned in and where you're tuned in from. In case you have got any question, you can actually post it there and we'll definitely check it out. Speaking of what happened over the Friday night when it really rained, I wonder where you were. Were you caught up in the floods, by the way? You can let me know via the same channels. Let me know if you were caught up and what you did about it. Did it affect you? Was your car, was it carried away by the floods? Were you hurt during that particular rain? Is your loved one missing, or do you know someone who's missing because of the same? Just what is the extent of the damage as far as that rain is concerned, and what do you think should be done going forward? Because we've been having this conversation for a very long time, day in, day out. It's not the first time Nairobi is flooding. It's not the first time. Actually, it's been happening for the last couple of years. And when I say years, I mean perhaps even decades. But what exactly is being done about it? I feel like nothing. Currently, Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja is under fire for this particular situation. But is it really his fault? I mean, he is the one in charge right now, so obviously he is in the best place to answer these particular questions that Kenyans have. But if we are being honest, where did the problem start? I remember a couple of I think was it last year or the year before that, there were some folks that met the Senate committee, and one of them was of course Johnson Sakaja, and then there was another official from Nairobi. I really can't remember, but the questions that were being asked at the time were in regards to our preparedness for such a disaster. And I remember some of the questions that these folks were asked were in regards to the people in charge of managing basically crisis and managing disaster in Nairobi County. And these folks, they had degrees in theology. Others had a degree in, was it masonry, or I can't even remember. But I remember at the end of the day, the conclusion was there's a mismatch between skills and where these people were actually placed. Yeah, so the expertise or their knowledge wasn't really in tandem with what the particular jobs intended them to do. So I remember that particular interview, as much as I do not have the full details with me in my head right now. But I wonder if something changed since that time. I really hope it did, because I remember one of the senators asking who's in charge of our fire department. I think he called him Chief Fire Marshal, and the response was that person has got a degree in theology. Now, I have nothing against people who've studied theology. I don't even know what one would study to take care of a fire disaster, but I'm assuming there's some sort of training that you probably undertaken. You're taken through this particular education process, and you're told, now in case of a fire, this is what you should do. And for someone who's in disaster management, I think there is a degree in disaster management. There is also a degree or a diploma in disaster management. There is a degree somewhere in crisis management. It might not be a degree specifically on crisis management, but crisis management is part of a unit of a degree. So by the time you are hiring someone to work in these particular spaces, my friend, they better know. Unless you tell me, and if you've studied theology, please let me know. You can find us on our WhatsApp as well. I shall be giving that number in a short while. If you've studied theology and disaster management is part of your training, please niambie, because sitaki pia kukaa kama fala nikisema hizi vitu. So our WhatsApp number is 0116 928 683. All right, it's 0116 928683. You can WhatsApp me there, send a voice note. Let me know if that degree in theology kama ina watu wanafunzwa disaster management pale ndani, because me the last time I checked, theology inakuanga mambo ya faith. You're taught matters to do with Christianity, your Islam, Buddhism, and all these other things that we study as far as our faith is concerned. So that one for me really, it really concerned me, because I asked myself, is it that we do not know who needs to be hired in this space? Is it because someone was hired because of the usual stuff, corruption, nepotism, and goes not what else? Is that our problem? Because several people lost their lives over the week, on Friday, right? A couple of dozen people died. Now, those lives could have been saved. Could they have been saved? Or rather, did they die because of negligence? Did they die because we did not have the right people in place? Or did they die because, you know what, siki yako ikifika imefika? You know, as Africans, we like saying that a lot, eh? Siki yako ikifika imefika, na ni ukweli, by the way. Hata wahenga walisema hivi, siku ya nyani kufa ikifika, miti yote uteleza. But some of these deaths, to be honest, could have been avoided. Damage to property. I saw vehicles being washed away. My goodness, I don't think, I have never seen a pickup truck being carried in the way I saw water carrying it on Friday. And those videos are still doing rounds, by the way. I never thought in my entire life I could see, like a big Toyota Hilux or a Isuzu D-Max. Kitu mzito imebeba mizigo inabebwa. Kitu natubebanga. And then the water was carrying several vehicles. For me, I was just looking at it, asking myself, where did we go wrong? As I was driving to work this particular morning, I also saw some places that uchafu imetolewa huko chini because imekuwa imejificha kwa miaka na miakaka. Remember, we used to say something like miaka na miakaka. And I saw lots of zinaitwaje hizi vitu, silt, uchafu ngine, yani zimejificha kutoka kwa hizo zinaitwaje hizi vitu, our sewer lines. But I also want, as we blame government of Nairobi, as we blame government of Kenya, as we blame government of all the counties where we come from, perhaps that also were affected by floods in one way or another, what is our role as far as that damage is concerned? What is our role as far as the deaths of the people that we experienced on Friday? Because we cannot just put everything on Governor Sakaja, as much as the buck stops with him. We cannot put everything on, our government of Kenya, the national government, and just say, you know what, look at these people. What about our role in this? Because a few times when I'm, just driving around this Nairobi, I will see someone just throw something out of their window. It could be a piece of paper, probably a wrapper for their peremende, or a bottle of water, or bottle of whatever it is that they're taking. Yeah, why are we doing this? Why are we putting these particular problems on other people, and yet rather we are not necessarily taking care of our responsibility, or rather at least taking responsibility rather for our part in it. So as we figure that out, that is something we definitely need to consider, so that we, as much as we want to blame the governments, we also look at our place in our responsibility rather in this particular disaster. Today is the 9th of March. Let's check out what is significant about this particular day. In 1796, Napoleon Bonaparte married Josephine de Josephine de Bahau. You know what, let me just say Josephine. I don't want to end up insulting someone. But Napoleon Bonaparte married Josephine, a pivotal moment in his personal and political life. For sure. Yeah, when you marry someone, trust me, it's a very significant day. It's a pivotal moment in your personal life. If you marry the right person, you'll be very happy. If you don't marry the right person, in 1842, gold was discovered in Placerita Canyon, that is in California, 6 years before the famous Sutter Mill find. Gold was discovered in Placerita Canyon in 1842. Also in 1964, the first Ford Mustang rolled off the assembly line. The first Ford Mustang rolled off the assembly line. This is in 1964. Now, in case you're wondering why is this a significant thing, the Ford Mustang is known as an American muscle car. That is why this particular date is very serious. And for people who are petrolheads, they will definitely let you know that Ford Mustang is an amazing vehicle. All right. Hi, so it is now 14 minutes past 6 o'clock. Let us see what is making headlines as far as radiogeneration.co.ke is concerned. You can find us, like I said, on that particular website. You can also watch us, by the way, live on the same website. So not only will you see what's trending, but you'll get also to listen to your favorite radio station. By then, it applies across all stations, yeah? I mean, across all shows, from this morning show all the way to ile ingine ya usiku. Yeah, all right. Wacha tuangalie wanasema nini. And as we do that, Siti Muga, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama po.
Uko fiti?
Yes.
Haya, karibu tena sana. Nilikuwa nataka niongee juu ya mambo ya CS Duale. Wacha tuangalie alisema nini. CS Duale mobilizes emergency response after Kisumu road crash. Yeah. What's not happening? The cabinet secretary was traveling from Rarieda to Kisumu International Airport when the accident took place. Now, this is the story by Samuel Otieno. Let's just open it up and get to read the details of this one. Tujue shida ilikuanga wapi. All right. Mbona inakataa kufunguka? But Siti, habari ya asubuhi bwana.
Salama.
Uko salama sana?
Yes.
Niliacha Friday ukiniambia ulikuwa unaenda mahali sehemu mbali.
Nilienda
Na ukafika.
Nikarudi jana.
Watu ni wazima.
Yes, mvua tu ndio iko nyingi.
You were not caught up in the
I was not in Nairobi, so
yeah.
This mambo yenu ya Nairobi mimi haikunipata.
Na Kisumu hakukunyesha?
Ilinyesha sana bwana.
Yeah, but Kisumu doesn't flood.
The regions flood sometimes, but takes a bit of time and a bit more rain cumulative.
Yes.
Like I actually literally saw the Nyando River rising. When I passed by on Friday afternoon, it was shallow. Yesterday, it had reached the bridge.
Yeah.
Which means the bridge is about to overflow.
When I used to work in Kisumu, by the way, despite the very many times it rained, I never once saw a flood.
In the town, you won't see it. You simply go towards the Hero.
Yeah.
You will see what the heavy rains do.
Yeah. Ndio nitajua sijui.
Na utajua tu. Kutojua baba, in this instance, ndio hali ya kujua.
Lakini uliona what happened in Nairobi, the devastation was crazy.
Bwana, hiyo kitu nilikuwa nasoma and I was asking myself, what do we understand by preparedness?
Yeah.
Because si mara kwanza tuko na hizi shida. But the death toll this time was rather high.
It was. You know, actually in Nairobi, I never heard of a death because of flooding.
There have been, but we've never. It hasn't been the headline variety where unaona kwamba hii kitu kweli imeshika watu wengi na imeleta shida.
Yeah.
No, this particular rain.
Yes.
Did a thing.
Was crazy. Yeah.
But we talk about it every year. Whenever it rains, don't we?
Yeah, we do. And then we don't seem to do anything about it. So I don't know what the plan is.
The plan seems to be every year we wait, something happens, and then we look for the appropriate body to blame.
Yeah.
That's what we seem to do very faithfully every year.
Anyway.
The question is, when you find that there's constant failure by those who are supposed to take charge, that's a question I would ask, what then do you do?
Swali zuri hilo. Anyway, like I was saying, CS Duale mobilizes emergency response after Kisumu road crash. So apparently there was a road crash along Kisumu Nairobi road. This is at the Rarieda to Kisumu International Airport. So Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale on Sunday stopped his motorcade to assist victims of a road traffic accident at Otonglo near the molasses plant in Kisumu. They're saying that the CS was traveling from Rarieda to Kisumu International Airport when the accident occurred. Now, according to the Ministry of Health, the CS immediately mobilized an emergency medical response at the scene. Of course, coordinating rescue efforts to assist the injured. It's interesting it happened when he was just around there. But thanks to his quick response and, of course, him being a CS, akisema kitu fanyiki inafanyika faster than perhaps I or yourself would make it happen. Yeah, so he helped in that particular situation. And from the look and sound of things, ni kama watu walisaidika hapo. Watu walisaidika for sure. CS Duale again urges ethical finance and solidarity at Takaful Iftar dinner. Ethical finance and solidarity. You know, there's something that we need to understand as far as our Somali buddies are concerned and the way they do business. And you've actually been saying it, that it's interesting how they come from an arid area, but for some strange reason, manze biashara yao inanoga. I remember having a conversation here with someone from the northern frontier, let me call it that, and one of the things that he mentioned to me in terms of how they do business is that there's a lot of trust. There they don't work with contracts. You see the way even on this side of the divide, brothers will still transact business and they will sign papers in terms of agreements and contracts, and they will agree that, and these are blood brothers, like huni ndugu ya huyu walizaliwa na mama moja baba moja, but still trust doesn't fly as it does on that side of the country.
You put it well, because when the moment you sign a written document, you are in the realm of mutual mistrust.
Yeah.
And
true story.
Yes, you want to document what you have spoken of, because you're already anticipating that something may go wrong.
Yeah.
There are those who argue that safeguard is good, but the trust that exists in some communities, the Asians have it, the Chinese have it.
Yes. Wait, trust?
As a commodity or as a binding commodity when you're doing business. They have it. But it goes beyond the individual who is involved. Your family gets to know about it, so they are your guarantee essentially. Nobody signs anything, but they're told. And why they're your guarantee?
Yeah.
They understand indeed that something may go wrong and it's beyond your control. So, for purpose of restitution,
yes,
your family will get involved and they'll say, look, we understand this. It will be sorted out.
It is what it is.
But it isn't just financial transactions.
Yeah.
When somebody say unwell, and that's why leadership in these communities is extremely sensitive. They will not, if it's beyond them, they call you.
Yeah.
It's up to you to sort it out.
Yeah. They told me even how they sort out disputes. Now, these are the Somali community. How they handle disputes is very simple. I don't even need to talk to UCT. I just tell my dad or my mother, one of our elders, could be an uncle even. Then they look for your elders and they tell them, look, Mbuvi and City had a business transaction. City clearly is going against what they agreed.
He decided that he wants to be a con man.
Sasa, you guys go sort it out. Mbuvi aliwapatia 10 million, jueni venye tatufikia. And I hear the community just meets, wanachanga hiyo 10 million, regardless of whether City has it or not, whether alikule pesa ma kukula, then they pay me. And I was like, that is actually great.
It's not the end of the story.
Hey.
You, the person who owed, si utaitwa.
Of course unaitwa. You're summoned and you're told, okay, you know, Mbuvi gave you 10 million. What's the deal, bana? Then of course you tell them, bana, mimi nilikule odo, or whatever explanation you give them. Biashara ilichapa, things didn't work out. And they changa money and they actually pay me back. And I was like, wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Do you know how many people owe me money out here?
Do I know how many people you decided to give money to? Because
whether it's money they borrowed, whether it's a business transaction,
no, you give them.
Okay, fine. The point is they have my money out here. If only we had that kind of agreement, City, I would be way richer than I am today.
It's do we have those of us who don't subscribe, say, to the Islamic faith or don't come from the Somali community? Do we have a culture that we adhere to?
Yeah.
That references monetary transactions? Do we?
I don't know, man.
Do we? My experience is that most people I come across believe that when I lend them money, I've given it to them.
Okay.
So over time, what that has made me do, you make a request, I think of what I can give you and I give it to you. Yes.
So you think of what you're willing to lose?
No. If I'm giving it to you, I'm not losing it. I've willingly given to you.
Did you expect it back?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I've given it to you. When I've given it to you, I'm not lending you. So even if you say lend, I read give. So I look for something to give.
Bruce Lee is saying, good morning, guys. Just know our laws also recognize oral contracts. Actually, they do. You're right, Bruce Lee.
Oral contracts are binding.
Yes, they are.
They are binding.
But my question is, how do we prove that there was an oral contract?
By the time we're getting into you asking whether there's proof, then you're dealing with a thief.
No, what I'm asking,
you know full well you are given the money, and then now you're suddenly trying to be clever.
No, let's say I need to recover this money, right? How do I? Because we'll get to court somehow. If I really like, I'll take it that far. How do we prove that there was an oral contract and we agreed that here's X amount of money and it's supposed to be paid back in 1 year, 2 years, or whatever period of time we had agreed?
Paul, not everything that happens with non-payment has to do with the unwillingness. Sometimes someone is willing, but these cases are rare. But somehow something has gone wrong and it's beyond their control. But it's a rarity. It isn't every day.
Yeah.
Most people I come across do not have a culture of returning what they are lent.
Okay.
That has been my experience. To return the money.
Kidogo tricky, eh?
No, kikubo tricky. Yes.
I don't understand why anyone would do that. Anyway.
Well, you are the one who's owed a lot of money. How do you explain it?
Sometimes it's that oral contract. Zile za mbuvi ni aje nijenge 10,000 ndakurudishia by Friday.
Mjenge 2,000.
Alafu na mjenga 10,000 Friday nafika, and then 3 years later Fridays zinashinda zikipita na hiyo pesa irudi. You know, you even get to a point you ask him, which Friday exactly did you mean? Did you mean Friday March, the last Friday of March 2026, or are we talking about
2028?
Sababu, it's been, you know, yeah, it's crazy. All right, so that's that. Itabidi tumefanya kazi hivyo venye tumeambiwa na Mhesh, tukuwe na ethical ways of dealing with issues, especially when it comes to money. Rapper politician Balendra Shah unseats Nepal's ex-prime minister as he heads for victory. Yeah? Nepal ni wale walikuwa na shida juzi. Haya. Rapper Balendra Shah has defeated the former Nepalese Prime Minister Sharma KP Oli in his parliamentary constituency as he takes a step closer to becoming Nepal's next Prime Minister. Nepal's Election Commission confirmed on Saturday that Shah, who's 35, received 68,348 votes compared to Oli's 18,734 to unseat the former leader in his constituency. Now, Thursday's general election, that is last week, the first since violent youth-led protests toppled the government in September, pitted the establishment against a new generation of politicians advocating for angry young Gen Z voters hungry for change. Shah Rastriya's Swatantra's party is now seemingly on course to win the general election. The party has a majority in directly elected seats in the general election counted so far, according to party partial official results on Sunday. So this rapper could be Nepal's next prime minister.
It's a good experiment. It's a good experiment. Winning an election, running the country.
It's another story. You remember we had Rajoelina, who was a DJ. He won the presidency in Madagascar.
He did.
Only for Madagascans last year to unseat him.
So he took cover.
Yeah. They told him, brah, the way you're running this country, go spin some decks. Hii ya kuendesha country hii kidogo imekushinda hii. So I hope this Balendra Shah will do things better if indeed the people of Nepal decide to make
running a country and winning an election are two very different things. More so, if he wins by a large margin,
yes,
it will mean the expectations of the people of Nepal
will be high.
Yes. But what is guaranteed is that it's not that he will willingly wish to let them down. It's just that running the government is something you understand when you begin running it.
It is not as easy as just writing some lyrics.
No. It isn't. And it isn't as easy as telling us what the previous government has not done. It is not. It most definitely is not.
Let me speak of some rappers here in Kenya who've written songs on political topics. We have Kaka Sungura. I don't know if you know him.
No, I don't know Kaka Sungura.
All right, he's called King Kaka. Kitambo alikuwa anajitanga.
Yeah, King Kaka, yes.
Yeah, so King Kaka is Kaka Sungura. Kitambo alikuwa anajita Kaka Sunguch. So sungu chini sungura. Would he be a good president if, for some strange reason, he found himself on the ballot? I don't know. Another rapper who's also had lyrics on political issues is Calligraph Jones. You know Calligraph Jones?
I think I've met him, yes.
Anaitwa Omolo.
So wewe wafikiri najua
unafaa kuwa
najua jalu wote wako Kenya.
Maceleb. Unafaa kuwa ukiwajua. So
I think I've met him once.
Okay. Because my next question would be, would you think he can be a good president? Because Kenya.
Okay, so
because he articulates political topics quite well in his music. In his music. Sasa. One last one as you make your comment is Nyashinsky. Do you know Nyashinsky?
You're the one who's made me know the name to begin with.
All right. Nyashinsky pia ni rapper.
Yeah, itu Omolo.
Yeah, itu Omolo. Anaitwa
Mutua.
No. Actually, anaitwa Nyashinsky. Ama anaitwa nani? Oh my goodness. Nilienda naye Nairobi school, but I'm forgetting his name.
You will remember.
Yes. So would he make a good president if people elected him?
If you want to ask the question, would Martha Karua make a good president?
I believe she would, yes.
Would Jimmy Wanjigi make a good president?
I believe he would make a president. A good one is where I am not sure, but I know he would make. He would make.
Do you believe Maraga would make a good president?
Oh, Maraga, I am certain, 150% sure he would make a good president.
Are you sure Kalonzo would make a good president?
I know Kalonzo would make a president. Good president hapo ndio tuna have nimemweka na Jimmy Wanjigi pale.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, you see, you've answered the question about Calligraph and Nachinsky.
Yeah. Nyashinsky. But yes.
And nimetaja Calligraph.
Sasa umemtaja. Hata kama uko umemtaja, sasa umemtaja.
But now, so
King Kaka umesahau King Kaka hapo.
Yes, I was in that direction.
Right.
Everything I've observed over time, it's not just president. When people get to a seat of authority and the culture, the political culture, doesn't have a strong accountability with the vote of the citizenry, something will go wrong.
Yeah.
The power gets to their head and they now start becoming mini lords, then major lords, and give it time, they become super lords. Yes, where
supreme leader,
the supreme leader, where they actually don't listen to you.
Yeah,
and you then give them the job. So, and the president's even worse because it comes with so many trappings.
Yeah,
which you've never seen in your life. It's not as though you've been practicing with them. You just never.
Oh, another entertainer who became a president is actually President Zelensky of Ukraine.
Well, since you're going to entertainment, there's a guy called Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
Yes,
he was a movie star, yes.
Yes, yet and now they gave him the role to act as president.
How did that end?
He did quite well, actually.
Okay.
He acted through it very. He actually, his presidency was okay. Yes.
Who had that Watergate scandal?
It was called Nixon. Nixon couldn't act to save his life, but yes.
Sawa basi. Waje tufanye kitu inaitwa traffic and then we get into the newspapers, eh?
Traffic.
Looking at Agwings Kodek inakaa fiti kwa sasa. Agwings Kodek iko sawa. Dennis Pitt Road iko sawa pia. State House Road iko fiti. I'm looking at Ngong Road. The usual suspects, the Junction Mall, Ring Road, pale Joseph Kangethe, hapo ndio kuna mashida lakini si shida kubwa sana. It's just because it's a junction, so vehicles will have to meet there before they go their separate ways, but it's actually a swift moving traffic. Then you have Haile Selassie, iko sawa kabisa, no complaints. Douglas Wakihuri Road as you're coming towards Langata Road yote iko sawa. Capital Center as you go back towards Mombasa, as you go towards Mombasa iko sawa sana. So that means if you're cruising, you're coming all the way from Athi River or Kitengela, cruising past Mlolongo, you guys are moving quite well. If I look at Thika Superhighway, Thika Superhighway iko wapi? Thika Superhighway ndio hii. Thika Superhighway inakaa sawa sawa, lakini pale KCA University as you're heading towards Pangani, si mnajua tu usual suspects. And then another, the deep red, or is it maroon, is occurring at Sitam Clay City Church as you're going down towards Garden City Mall, bumper to bumper this particular hour. Then we go back towards Kenyatta University as well. Traffic imeanzia hapo. If I check out Mombasa kuko vipi? I'm looking at the county, starting with the island. The island is actually quite clean today. No traffic. So you guys are moving quite well. Naangalia kule Mkomani, Nyali, Cinemax, Links Road kule mkosa kabisa. Bombolulio barabara yote ambayo inaenda Hala Park ikirudi na Paulmans, huko mkielekea Travelers Beach Hotel and Spa Mombasani mkosa kabisa. Basically the county today doesn't have traffic. And even as you leaving or heading towards Moi International Airport, you guys are moving quite well, if I may say. If you see anything on the roads, you know the drill. Let me know. I'll definitely disseminate that information.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Front page of the Daily Nation, flood warnings that were ignored. That story is on pages 2, 3, 4 and 5. Auditor General Nancy Gavungu, in a 2024 audit following devastating floods, exposed systemic weaknesses, including ignored early warnings from the Kenya Meteorological Department. The report recommended measures to improve the state's emergency response, but as it gathers dust, disaster has struck again 2 years later with tragic consequences. Now they've put a couple of photos of folks who drowned in floods. We have Geoffrey Rono, Martin Amani, Rain Taji, this is a child, Philip Omondi, Alex Njuki, Rose Akmuran, among others. Now they're saying that children cross a flooded section of their home at Kanyango village in Koala location, Homa Bay County. At least 300 people have been displaced by floods in the area. Homa Bay County, 300 people have been displaced by the floods. That's a big number.
It is.
Is there a way to collect this water and take it to places where they do not have it, like Uko Northeastern?
Actually, we don't even need to take it to Northeastern. It also rains in Northeastern Province.
Okay.
We even have floods in Northeastern Province. When you have a flood and roads are damaged because there's a deluge, you prepare by ensuring you harvest it. That we haven't done. We were told about this a long time ago, not last week, not the week before that. We were told this every year. And for some reason, it always catches us flat-footed. There was a period when it wasn't so. There's a period when this was sorted out. And if I go by the region I come from, which had perennial problems, you've heard me say this before, so let me repeat it. It was when Martha Karua was in charge of water.
Yeah.
And there's an MP in Nyando who understood the need to get experts to deal with this particular matter. It's called Engineer Nyamunga. And the matter was dealt with. So it is not that it is impossible.
Yeah.
You mentioned when we talked about it last week that even Budalangi was at the epicenter of all these problems. One stopped hearing about the problems of flooding in Budalangi.
Yeah.
It's not that it stopped raining.
Something was done.
Yes, they are sufficient. There are enough experts in this country who know exactly what you do. But we never do it.
Ports on sale. The government is in the final stages of repealing the Kenya Ports Authority Act to pave the way for the privatization of sections of Mombasa Port and 3 berths at Lamu Port. The move will dissolve the authority and reconstitute it as a public limited liability company under the Companies Act. KPA has already begun selecting private operators for Lamu Port, that is berths 1 to 3, the Lamu Special Economic Zone, Mombasa berths 11 to 14, and Mombasa Container Terminal 1.
And the public participation clearly happened when I was not in the country, isn't it?
Perhaps, maybe, even I wasn't there.
This is something very important, by the way, because beyond being strategic, the port is a high security area. And if there was something that required public participation, it is this. Because you're bringing in private investors, that is in itself is a good thing. Private investors will be required to abide by our laws, and we'll argue that we're making money from it. But implementation and control and determining that the rule of law is applied and worked on is something that we seem to have holes and gaps in. All these questions that will be asked, would it not be better for them to be answered ahead of time? Preempt the questions, or just have public participation so that people tell you what they think. If you're privatizing, you're making it into a company. Ni mali ya umma. We've done the same. Tumeona na
KPC, Safaricom shares.
whenever you hear these things coming in, rest assured, these fellows of World Bank will be lending as many than who are pushing for this. Every time World Bank gives us advice on certain things, something wrong, something will go wrong. They're the ones who advised, forced, in fact they didn't advise, the Moi government, they sell off its assets. That didn't go too well. We were a country that had the means to repair our roads regularly. There were problems in that the culture of theft had already entered the system, and that is what we're struggling with. But it's not that we didn't have the system. Okay, we even had a quasi devolved system of administration, which was called the district focus. It's not that we didn't have it. We had it.
Yeah.
And if you look back, you will understand that under two heads of public services, this system could work.
Yeah.
The guy called Kierini, the person took over after him was called Nyachai. It's after
the Simeon Nyachai.
Yes.
Okay.
It is after Simeon Nyachai's departure from that position as a head of the public service. Things went wrong, bro.
Yeah.
The World Bank, in my opinion, does not give us advice on what benefits us.
But you know, whenever they give this advice, it's not, they're not talking to stones. They're not talking to some amorphous entity. They're actually talking to people in government.
They don't usually talk to us as though they're talking to equals. See, they've lent us money.
Yeah.
Before they lend you, there are things they refer to as conditionalities. They're the ones who introduce this term. You will sign. Those conditionalities are there. It's not as though they're now surprising you.
Okay.
At the point of negotiation is where one can give pushback. Yes. The idea of privatizing our port as a business entity, economically, I have read people who favor it, who favor privatization. But I would like us to go back and look at a country whose prime minister sought that privatization in the 1980s. Her name was Margaret Thatcher. At the time, it seemed like a very, very good thing.
Yeah.
Okay? The problem when you privatize, what you're doing within a country is you're growing big business. Big business can become bigger than government. We're seeing it happening in the US.
Yeah. Big pharma.
Big everything.
Big oil.
Industrial complex. Big. They end up determining what it is that happened in the country. And their interest is never what is going to benefit the Mwananchi. That is really not the interest.
For them, it is their bottom line.
Yeah, the bottom line is the key thing. Now, if we walk in that direction, the safeguards must be spoken to of, and we must hear. We must know. Because this needs to be an open process where we have been told, we have given views, we have spoken of it. Members of Parliament have debated at great length. We've televised this thing, we've heard the debates to see whether our views have been listened to, adhered to or not. Because, my friend, that's a gateway into the country.
Strong arm tactics. Government critics have accused the state of waging a vicious crackdown on leaders of the United Opposition and Orange Democratic Movement rebels, citing arrests ahead of President William Ruto's visit to Siaya and a police blockade at a church in Meru attended by Deputy President Kithure Kindiki. This one is on page 7 of the Daily Nation. Last but not least, on the Standard newspaper, they are calling it impunity in bold. Sovereignty for sale. Sudanese warlord Algoni Hamdan Musa was granted a Kenyan passport on August 27, 2024, when Julius Bitok served as Principal Secretary for Immigration Services and Evelyn Cheluget as Director General of the same. Now, the reckless decision dented the credibility of Kenya's passport, one of the country's most trusted documents. Yet, despite being linked to the issuance of passports to foreigners with questionable backgrounds, including figures blacklisted by the United States, the two officials remain in office amid public outrage. This story is on pages 4 and 5. Picha ya Julius Bitoki iko pale. That is Principal Secretary Immigration during the year 2023 to April of 2025. Yeah, and they are saying 13 Sudanese nationals associated with RSF got Kenyan passports between August 24th and March 2025. And then, of course, we have Evelyn Cheluget, Director, Immigration Services. 60 Somali nationals, some with suspected terrorism links, acquired Kenyan national identity cards between 2023 and early 2025. It's bad.
Paul, I'm quiet for a simple reason. See, what possible reason could there be? What possible reason could there be to grant these individuals a Kenyan passport?
13 Sudanese nationals, 60 Somali nationals.
Even if there were two. What is it? The thing I fear, and this I genuinely fear to the point of almost dreading it, when you allow any form of lawlessness to take root, uprooting it becomes near impossible. Haiti did not descend to be a place where the rule of law was a fairy tale. It didn't. It started off with little things like what we're seeing here. Those in positions of authority seeming to have a rule of law that is based on what they think they should do, as opposed to what is in our
best interest
or in our legal statutes. So the power of example takes root. You who is at the helm of whichever ministry or department, you are the leader there. If you do something that borders on breaking the law, suggests the breaking of law, and the actual breaking of the law, you have given the rest of us permission. You not think so, but you have. We are that way wired. We say,
Some
don't even discuss. We just internalize and say, this is a free for all. Why are we stressing? We talk about the picky menace.
Boda.
They do not adhere to traffic lights. Nothing. That is a terrible thing.
They lynch people's vehicles and lynch people themselves.
They hit your side mirror and run away with it. And then if you stop them, 10 of them come and they now want to beat you up. That's lawlessness. And we are accepting it as a part of our culture. The piki is supposed to carry one passenger. There's a policeman. This piki is carrying 3 passengers. And you are watching. This is a disaster in the making. My friend, this is not a laughing matter.
Because if you look at, like, on a serious note, Kenyans really struggle to get these passports of theirs. What warrants any other person who's not a Kenyan getting it in the kind of way they're describing it? Anyway, over to you.
We are looking at Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, so the southern coast of West Africa.
Right.
This largest city and capital is called Abidjan.
No,
actually, no, it is not. It is not.
Which is the largest?
It's called Yamoussoukro.
Sio
Yamoussoukro. Yama.
That's what I said, Yamoussoukro.
So watch ni kwenjo kidogo, bro. And the Sou is SOUSSOU crew, then KRU. Yamoussoukro.
Okay.
Abidjan just happens to be the largest city. And the official language, this is where you hear the drums.
French.
See? 10 out of 10.
Yeah.
You went to a good school, chief.
But I know these people, they come from, the West Africa side of the continent. Majority of them French speaking.
The Republic was established in 1958, December. This is the year I was born, 1958.
Yeah.
Right. The population isn't really that. They are not as many as we are. They're just about 30 million people.
That's a good number. In another 10 years, watakuwa kama sisi.
Well, there are cities in Asia where that is the population of a city.
Of a town.
Moja. 30 million.
Imagine.
Right. hot water does not burn the house.
Hot water doesn't burn the house.
You see, kuna pambio tulikuwa tukiimba tukiwa Christian Union, moto umewaka, maji moto haiwaki.
Inakuanga tu moto.
So haiwezi choma nyumba.
But yeah, you're right. You know, it also perhaps means get the right tool for the job.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, if you want to burn things, just
if you feel that you're inclined towards arson,
washa moto.
Yeah, water isn't the thing.
Yeah.
That thing which heats the water can do it, but the water itself, even if it's hot, it'll douse the fire.
Yes. As a matter of fact, the water will actually douse the fire regardless of its temperature.
Yes, as Kenyans say, irregardless.
Regardless. All right. I like that one.
You like that one?
Nimeipenda hiyo.
Weipenda yeye? Right.
Ulikuwa tuangalie business daily.
That, my man, is what I am going to purpose to do. Then I'll give you a little look-see of the East African.
All right.
Our Paranya team seeks Trouble Sacco's special fund scheme. A committee of experts appointed by Cooperatives and MSMEs Development Cabinet Secretary Wycliffe for Paranya has recommended the establishment of a special fund to rescue distressed but viable savings and credit SACCOs. Apana. See, there's a thing you call Cusco. That's what it's supposed to do.
Soma tena ndio uelewe.
A viable savings and credit
Hiyo ni ile Cusco moja ilitoroka na imepotea na pesa ya watu. Okay.
Same. No. Cusco haikupotea na pesa. Kuna watu ambao walikuwa wanasimamia uongozi
wa Cusco.
Yes. Wow. Walijikopa kwa njia ambayo hazikutii manani ya masheria.
Naam. Kwa njia zisizo halali.
Kwa ufupi.
Naam.
Jubilee earns 2 billion from the sale of Nairobi CBD office. Jubilee is not the party. Jubilee is the insurance company. Okay?
All right.
I am repeating.
Yeah.
Okay, they are selling some property because they have a new property in Upper Hill. So they want to sell that and eventually move into this new swanky building that they have in Upper Hills.
The ones that they are selling ni wapi?
CBD.
Najua pale Mwindi Mbingu, karibu na Mwindi, opposite Mwindi Mbingu Street.
Yes, it's karibu, not very far from City Hall. Hapo. Right.
Hiyo ndio wanauza.
Nafikiria by the time they're saying selling, there's a buyer. Sema, you want cash?
Why don't they just rent it? You know, rent it out to people. You still get money from there.
No, in this economy, I wouldn't rent it. Nah, somebody may mean well, but if they are not paid, the person who's supposed to pay them has not been paid, then I will not get paid. So
you'd rather sell it.
Pension equity holdings rise to 312 billion in NSC rally. See rally, sio hiyo rally as in wamekimbiza matokeo ya the browse.
Yeah.
Pension schemes investments in Nairobi Securities Exchange listed shares rose to 312.8 billion in the year ended December 2025 from 202.3 billion a year earlier. This is really good. This is really, really, really good because you're talking about a 112 billion increase. That is something to marvel about. Communication Authority of Kenya has started a review of the deal between Airtel Kenya and Elon Musk's Starlink to operate a direct cell-to-cell service looking to curb potential interference with mobile networks. The communication regulator said it has opened discussions with the telecom operator over the deal that will mark the first time Kenya will allow a satellite operator collaborating with a mobile network to provide telecommunication services from space. Bang in the middle of the paper, broker gets 1 billion shillings. 1 billion shillings for hitting KPC IPO. Poof! Target.
When you broker.
Yes, it's the broker is what you call a financial advisor. And the financial advisor in this case is Faida Investment Bank is set for a 1.6 billion fee windfall for successfully leading the Kenya Pipeline Company initial public offer to a full subscription, highlighting the lucrative returns for intermediaries who handle mega capital gains. This is the first time we're hearing of these amounts when these transaction advisors do business. So this is good. Business Daily, well done. FIDA, which was the lead transaction advisor for the 106.3 billion IPO, qualifies for a payout equivalent to 1%. This is just 1% of the gross proceeds of the offer, which translates to 1.06 billion after it was oversubscribed. Right. Sioni mzuri? The East African. The pain of war on Iran. East Africans are bracing for hard times as fuel becomes scarce, diaspora flow, and economies become unpredictable. This is a story on page 8. What U.S. move on RDF means. Sanctions on Rwanda's army could complicate the search for a political solution to the Congo crisis in Kinshasa as Kinshasa pushes for a military campaign. This won't go well. If M23 is already giving them hell.
Sembuse.
So now they want to engage with the Rwandese army. This is one of the best mobilized, best combat ready armies on this continent. When southern part of Mozambique, they had a problem with ISIS or one of these groups that is a funky name, but essentially they just rain havoc and terror.
Yes.
Mozambique asked for these fellows. Remember, Mozambique is natural gas rich. So when Russia did a thing in Ukraine, there was a problem, and Europe said, you and your gas stay. Mozambique was set to find some, should we say, lucrative business.
Okay.
Rwanda sent troops. Good country, helping neighbor. That story kept quiet. Have you heard of Capo Delgado and noises coming from there? No. And these guys are smart. They chose areas where they know are also mineral rich.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a defining moment at EAC. Heads of State Summit chair finds a block. Head of State chair in this one is the Burundi president, Evariste.
Okay.
Block reeling from debt, loss of jobs, trust deficit and disunity. Putting the integration train back on track will be a tall order. Then in the magazine, is Winnie Bianyima, I will live to fight against injustice. Middle East crisis boost, KQET fortunes, Nairobi, Addis hubs take redirected traffic from Gulf. Buembo, East African community is such a sick joke. Defaulters of the remissions spending a lot on arms. Dilemma of Congo's war zone minerals. Trump's America struggles to de-risk precious metals. So that's why the winter is so long. Outlook, the scourge of child labor in Africa. In Zanzibar, the young ones dry fishing and marine activities. Markets, Uganda to the rescue. Kampala helps Kenya raise appetite for Kenyan pipeline. That is in the headlines of the East African.
All right. A few shouts here. Don Sabu amesema, good morning Paul. Is bad, is chaos. Mother Nature is saying no. Nairobi is not working. Highways work. It is sea pool, sink pool, single pool, Singapore, sing pool. The water is rioting in town. Oh my goodness. Okay. John Utume sema, morning RG movie. Hope City is okay because of the climate in Kenya. Qatar niko tuned in. Oh yeah, si mwana amefika ako sawa sasa. Marit amesema hiyo degree ya theology ni ya kufanya maombi ndio mafuriko isifanyike. Remember during inauguration, Nyayo prayers back to us. How do we waste management? How do we do waste management? We have polluted the environment. You're very right, Marit. KK amesema, good morning Movie and City. I am in the USA tuned in. God bless you. Bless you too. Bruce Lee amesema, good morning guys. Just know our laws also recognize oral contracts. Marita amesema Nyashinsky anaitwa Nyamari Ongegu. Now we know. Actually he has sung a song called So Now You Know. Ndakuambia baadaye. Then there is a Hezbon Sidon amesema, CT, if Maraga would make the best president, what makes you believe he is most likely not to be voted in?
I don't know. You see, I was asking the question from a position of insufficient knowledge, so I was seeking opinions. My point of view on this matter of the presidency is you cannot tell what somebody will do until they become president.
That's why I said, for example, when you asked me, do you think Wanjigi would make a good president? I was like, I know he would make a president. A good one, ndio swali tunafaa kujiuliza. Kalonzo the same. Maraga, I feel like the reason I just went straight ahead and said, this guy can make a good president 150% is because when we interviewed him, me I haven't interviewed Kalonzo yet, but when we interviewed Maraga here, nilifilio vibe. I will say he can actually sit in a room with professionals, and remember he told us one thing here, that he is not he doesn't claim to know everything, but he's willing to learn, and he's willing to actually seek advice where he doesn't know anything, which is a good thing. So
which is an excellent thing.
It is an excellent thing.
It's not just a good thing. It is a super excellent
kama vile inavyofaa, so that's a good thing as far as Maraga is concerned. And then we have Michael Olanda saying good morning Joe Nairobi evenings, ameweka tuka dash pale. And then Simon Indiati anasema the theology degree has something to do with Noah floods and fire promised according to appointing authority.
Hebu nikuulize history ya
theology
imetoka wapi?
No, in the initial stages of the show I was talking about some of the people who are tasked with handling disaster management here in Nairobi. Kuna jamaa waliulizwa na a Senate committee their qualifications, and one of the qualifications was theology.
He wasn't the only one.
Haya.
Alikuwa na wenzake pia.
Ni kweli?
Yes. And for that department, kuna watu wa theology walikuwa kwa kadhaa.
Ni wengi. Haya. Wacha tutazungumzia tukirudi. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has defended his administration's response to the flooding in the city, which has so far claimed more than 23 lives in the capital alone. Speaking on Citizen TV on March 8, 2026, Sakaja said flooding has been a long-standing challenge in Nairobi and is not unique to his administration. The governor also blamed poor waste disposal for worsening flooding, saying many residents continue to dump garbage in the drainage systems.
Just we have to make tough decisions. The same people who cry foul when we evict those on the riparian are the same ones now making noise. Just their houses. I saw a member of parliament, an aspirant, showing First Avenue Parklands, where you've canalized the water. We must sit with those developers and say, look, something's got to give. And so it's a problem of our own making. A lot of what blocks the drainage, and we've tried, we've hired 4,500 Green Army who are out there and clogging every single day, but who dumps in those drains? Who is littering in those drains? We provided bins.
The ongoing March, April, May long rains could increase the risk of water and mosquito-borne diseases across the country. Public Health Principal Secretary Mary Muthoni has warned. She said heavy rainfall and flooding can contaminate water sources and create breeding grounds for mosquito, raising the chances of disease outbreaks. The PS urged the public to observe proper hygiene and sanitation to help reduce health risk during the rainy season. Police at Moi International Airport in Mombasa on Sunday carried out a controlled explosion on a suspicious unattended bag discovered at the airport terminal. The discovery caused brief panic among passengers, and bomb disposal experts were called in to assess the situation. After the detonation, police confirmed that the bag contained various tools, including spanners, pliers, and pressure pump. Police say investigations are ongoing to establish the circumstances under which the bag was abandoned. President William Ruto has said his working relationship with the Orange Democratic Movement will be based on equality and mutual benefit. Ruto said the agreement between his side and the party will be guided by trust and shared gains. He also noted that ODM is currently under the leadership of Oburu Oginga and indicated that he remains committed to maintaining the partnership.
Sisi tunaenda kuzungumza tutengeneze serikali ya kuunganisha Wakenya wote, na sisi tunakutana kama equal partners. Mimi ni party leader wa UDA na mimi ni former deputy party leader wa ODM. So I am on both sides and I will make sure there is fairness. Kwa hivyo, you have no reason to worry at all.
As ODM, and we are going to continue to negotiate, and we are preparing a negotiating team.
Iran has named Mojtaba Khamenei as the country's new supreme leader, succeeding his father Ali Khamenei, who was killed in an airstrike at the start of the ongoing Middle East conflict. Iranian state media reports that several members of the Khamenei's family were also killed in the initial strikes, including Mojtaba's wife, his mother, and his son. The appointment places Mojtaba Khamenei at the head of Iran's leadership at a time when fighting in the region continues and tensions remain high. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. How are you doing? Hope wherever you are, uko fiti sana sana. In this hour, we want to have a conversation about the floods and, just see where we got it all wrong, if indeed we got it wrong, because I believe something is wrong somewhere. As to who is in charge of that wrong, ndio tunataka kujua this particular hour. Of course, Iti Muga is in studio with me. In the previous hour, we just touched a little bit on it, but we want to have a conversation with a specialist as far as geographical information system sensing is concerned. And of course, remote sensing. We do have Mohammed Omar. Moha, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning.
Maybe you can just let us know what this geographic information sensing is all about. What exactly is it that you do?
So, thank you again for hosting me this morning.
Karibu sana.
So basically, geographic information system is a digital intelligent map that lets you analyze geographical features in space, and it also allows you to see how these features interact over space and time. So GIS is basically using collecting information from ground data, satellite data, both primary and secondary data, and combining this information to make a map or a decision support tool that can inform decisions, that can enable evidence-based decisions.
Oh, so it's basically the same information that the meteorological departments all over the world use to determine things such as weather patterns, climatic change, and so on and so on.
Yes, basically you can say that. Yes.
All right. So this is what you studied.
Yes. I studied this for like 3 years. And now I've been working in this field for 2-3 years and so on.
Right. I'm sure you saw the floods that Kenya experienced over the weekend, from Friday up until I think sometime yesterday. We have Homa Bay flooding. We had Nairobi floods, which were very devastating. Several people died. Several others still missing, and so on and so forth. Could we have averted this particular disaster? Or at the very least, could we have predicted it?
I can say yes, because before we come to floods, I would like to explain something about disasters.
Go ahead.
So disasters are events that disrupt communities. They destroy livelihoods. Many people die. Infrastructure is affected.
Yeah.
So when a disaster happens, the definition of disaster is an event that affects the normal working of the community, and to the point that the community cannot cope without external help.
Okay.
So according to UN Office of Disaster Risk Reduction, they define disaster as into 5 phases.
Okay.
So we have disaster prevention, we have mitigation, we have preparedness. So these 3 phases actually happen before the disaster happens, and then we have the response and the recovery phase. So right now we are in the response. Response is what happens immediately after the disaster happens. So some disasters, we have various types of disasters. We have natural and we have man-made. So the natural, they are also divided into what I call slow onset disasters and fast onset disaster. So drought is a slow onset disaster. So it's very challenging to predict a slow onset disaster. But with the current information, with geographic information systems, with satellite imagery, with models that can predict the weather in the next 7 days, months, 3 months, and so on, we are able to, if not prevent it, mitigate.
Yeah.
So mitigation is a situation whereby you reduce the impact where the disaster cannot be prevented.
Okay.
So flood is something that so for the people who are seeing the weather updates from KMD, the people who follow
Red Cross,
yeah. If someone was keen on this information, they knew that this was going to happen. So the information that was missing, I can say, is the flood risk zones, and that's why we had so many fatalities here in Nairobi. So flooding happens when water inundates land that was usually dry. So the water can come from maybe river overflow, it can come from rainfall, it can come from groundwater, and this water exceeds the capacity of the groundwater or the drainage system. It overloads this system. Okay. So the water basically has nowhere to go, so it floods buildings, it floods settlements, it floods roads, critical infrastructures, and so on.
Like, for example, if I may ask, what we saw in what's the name of this place, South Sea.
Yes,
South Sea has always been prone to floods.
Yes,
year in, year out, for as long as I can remember.
Why is that so?
Exactly. I mean, is that because of a river somewhere? Is that because of the rainwater? Is that because of the infrastructure that cannot handle that water? Where is the problem in South Sea?
So if we look at the elevation of Nairobi, so we have to look when Nairobi was originally selected as a settlement by the railway builders. They selected Nairobi because it was on a high ground before you go to this Limuru side on the Rift Valley, where you go downhill.
Yeah.
So if you look at the geography of Nairobi, it has a sloping shape or a gradient,
like what we're looking at on the screen right now.
Yes. So you can see the reddish areas.
These ones.
Yes, have an area of 1,946 meters above sea level.
1,000 and what?
1,946. So that's the highest point of elevation in Nairobi. All the way. So those are the areas Karen, these upper areas, the higher income areas. And as you go down, you all the way to Kasarani.
Yes.
This gradient kinds of goes down until to 1,400 meters above sea level.
Yeah.
So when the nature of water is water flows through the lowest channels, it flows through rivers, canals, catchment zones, and so on. So when you build on South Sea has been a swampy area.
Yes.
There's no problem with building on such areas, but the issue comes when you block the waterways. So we have this thing called riparian zones.
Yes.
So riparian zones are areas between, according to the environmental laws, they are areas that range between 6 meters to 30 meters, depending on the size of the river.
Yeah.
It can be more, it can be less. So when and the way water moves, nature has memory.
Yeah.
So water has been moving through these areas for millions of years.
Yes.
So when we try to build infrastructure along these waterways, when we invade these riparian areas, when we do uncontrolled land use.
Yes.
So we have two types of drainages in Nairobi. So I want to explain the types of drainage in Nairobi.
Yeah, go ahead.
So we have the primary.
May I just ask, could you explain what the drainage is for? Then tell us the types we have.
Yes. So drainage is for moving, let's say, water, sewage, and so on. So we have two types of drainage.
So it's a passageway
yes,
through which water can pass through, sewage can pass through.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have the primary drainage, which is composed of the natural waterways, the rivers, the canals, even engineered channels, engineered canals, and so on. So these are the backbone of any drainage in any city.
Okay.
And they must be respected. So they must be given their. It basically they should not be invaded, because they will always a city will always need the primary drainage. So and then we have the secondary drainage. So the secondary drainage is the ones we usually see.
The ones that now humans construct.
Yes, the ones that we construct.
To carry sewage.
Yes.
To carry drinking water and so on.
Yes, all of those. The ones on the side of the road, culverts, curbs, all of those. So the ones that we construct, they carry all of these, the sewage, the water, everything. They flow into the primary drainage. So the primary drainage is the rivers, canals, streams, all of these.
Wait. You want to tell me that we have deliberately directed our sewage into water? I mean, into these primary rivers, into these rivers.
In some areas,
sometimes
yes.
we do.
And is it an okay thing? Is it okay to do that?
No.
Because in places like India, I've also seen them directing their drainages into rivers and lakes.
What normally happens, you're supposed to have a water treatment center where all these things are headed towards, so that it is treated. Thereafter, when it is released, the word treated comes into being.
Yeah.
It is not harmful.
Also, you treat it and then you release it into the rivers.
Yes.
But you treat it.
You
so
treat it first.
Yeah.
But what often happens, well, let me give you a case in point of a big water body like, say, Lake Victoria.
Yeah.
If you have factories that are near the lake, part of the reason why you're having problem with the fish is they empty whatever it is that they have directly into the lake.
Why? How are they allowed to do that?
That's now a discussion for another day.
Yes. it's more of a regulation.
Yes.
Issue.
They shouldn't. They actually shouldn't.
Let me get back to this map of ours, yeah?
Yes.
This is Nairobi Digital Elevation Model.
Yes.
You said this these are the affluent areas of Akina Karen.
Yes.
Huku ndiko wadosi wanaishi.
Yes.
And then the rest of us live around these areas, the green ones, yeah?
Yes, the yellow to green areas.
Yeah. So we have rivers, because I don't know. I'm asking because I have no idea. We have rivers that flow from here coming these sides.
Yes.
The natural drainages, the primary drainages you are talking about.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now, South Sea iko mahali wapi? South Sea inakuanga huko ama iko pa katikati?
Somewhere in the yellow.
Somewhere around here.
Yes.
This is where South Sea is.
Yes.
Okay.
So
now getting back to the problem of South Sea, I'm sorry, but you have said that these primary drainages and the ones that we construct should be constructed in a way such that the flow is not obstructed.
Yes.
The problem with South Sea is what? Obstruction or just overpopulation?
You know, when when flooding happens, it's not caused by one factor. So it's a confluence of various factors. So it's when you look at the data, it is multi-layered.
All right.
So you have to look at it at a catchment scale. So water drains in the catchment into one point. So in that catchment area, if you have uncontrolled land use, if you have an uncontrolled development, whereby when the rainfall falls on that area, it falls on impervious surfaces.
Yes.
So 30 years, 40 years ago, water used to fall on the ground,
and then it seeps inside.
It seeps inside, so it percolates. And the vegetation cover was there, the soil was there, wetlands were there. So when the rain comes, it seeps inside into the ground. So that's one factor. So we have converted all of these
into tarmac,
into asphalt, into cabro.
Yeah.
So when water falls on the ground, it has nowhere to go. So
it meets cabro.
Yes, when it meets cabro, and
it asks,
cabro,
where do you want me to go?
Yes.
Oh, I will get into your houses.
Yes. So
I'm sorry, but yes,
it's okay. And when according to research, this water that falls on impervious surfaces, it increases the amount of water from 10 to 60%.
10 to 60.
Yes, from 10% to 60%.
Okay.
So all of this water becomes too much for that catchment to handle. So that's one factor.
Wow.
The other factor is the system. So every city has a master plan.
Yes.
So the one we have in Nairobi is very old. It was made in 1948.
So Nairobi doesn't have a master plan anymore.
It has, but it's a very old one.
It's outdated.
It's outdated, basically.
City, can we still call it a master plan if it's outdated?
It's been upgraded. It's been upgraded, but what he's referring to is what is being utilized and the thinking of the people who utilize it.
Yeah.
Still in 1948.
Yes.
Yes.
We have not yet understood that.
No, we understand that.
We have not evolved.
We have urban planners within the city government. They understand these things.
Yes.
The implementation, you see, as we devolve the city, you have all these cities within cities. You have Westlands, you have the Mukurus, but those are cities.
Even South Sea.
We just keep moving along. Carried all those. We look at the size of the number of people who are domiciled in those areas. Now, the moment you devolve, and I mean the word devolution deliberately in this instance, everything that was part of providing services in Nairobi has to be replicated there. We don't do that. The area that you come from, up until very recently, you didn't have a sewer system.
Yes.
It's supposed to have a sewer system. The moment you plan to relocate people and to do all those things, everything that you have in the city has to be replicated. Then you can argue that they have a service. Now, what Mohammed is talking about is these things don't happen. So being in 1948 is essentially where we are. Because if they were doing that, this discussion would be completely different.
Yes,
Okay.
and it's not that we don't have the expertise. or the capacity. We have amazing engineers, we have amazing urban planners, GIS analysts. We have, in terms of capacity, we are very, very okay. So the problem is on the implementation side a bit. So it and the time it takes for to move from when someone suggests that this is needed, and so let's say an urban planner identifies where the problem is, and they do a study, and this study is supposed to inform a decision at the leadership level. I don't want to point fingers, but it doesn't get taken seriously. Yes.
I can help you point fingers. You just let me know, and then I'll even mention the names. But you're right. For example, just during that Friday night flood.
Yes.
For the very first time, I saw that area around Chiromo very flooded. It's across the Malikunile Church, Our Lady of Consolata.
Yes.
That place was really, really flooded. I have worked on that, but I've lived and worked along that road for a very long time, but I've never seen that in my entire life. So, and then it begs the question, last year it rained. Perhaps it didn't rain as much as this year.
Yes.
But what's the difference? Why is it flooding in 2026? Yet we've had even floods and heavy rains in previous years. But we are seeing that in what has changed in 1 year or two?
So basically nothing has changed. But what has changed is the rainfall intensity.
Yes.
So the rainfall is a trigger. And Nairobi has, as we mentioned, it has structural deficits.
Yes.
So when people, so I mentioned the uncontrolled land use, the impervious surfaces, the hydraulic deficits. So when water moves from a new development, it moves at a faster rate. When when someone builds. No one is against development. So we have a growing city. People need places to live.
Yes.
But when people build these buildings, an outflow from these buildings is too fast for the drainage. And the drainage itself has not been, the primary drainage has not been updated.
Yes.
So what essentially happens in other cities is, when they anticipate a population growth, they update the infrastructure, the drainages. So some of the drainages that we have in Nairobi were made for 4-story buildings, 5-story buildings, and now
not for what we have.
Not for what we have. So you and then when rainfall. And on Friday we had as high as 120 millimeters of rainfall. So in the other years it was not reaching that 120 millimeters.
Okay.
So if you so when you have a lot of rainfall, it exposes the structural deficit that the city has. It also shows us that basically when it rains, all the water flows outside of Nairobi. So if you look at the map of the rivers, the other one, water is carried from the secondary drainage to the primary drainage. The primary drainage carries all of this river outside Nairobi. So Nairobi River flows into River Athi, I think. And then we have it has also these tributaries. So all of these, when you combine all of these factors, you get these results. And when flooding happens, it's not something that we can blame it on one agency or one engineer. It is something that collaboration needs to happen between all of these agencies.
But then someone else would argue that we have even bigger cities than Nairobi.
Yes.
For example, just last week we were having a conversation around Tokyo.
Yes.
Tokyo has a population of 41 million people.
Yes.
Tokyo is literally built next to the ocean. Like at any one moment they can be carried away by this ocean if it wanted, in case of a tsunami.
Yes.
Places like
Japan is a series of islands.
it is actually, yes.
Yes.
Then we also spoke about, was it New Delhi that has got also millions and tens of millions of people, and many other cities that I'm forgetting right now.
Yes.
How is it that those cities, we don't get to hear of these kinds of floods? I mean, I'm sure they flood, yes, but not in the way that we are seeing Nairobi. Nairobi, a town, rather a city of 5 million people, bwana, tunashindwa kujipanga.
So what these cities basically have is the full cycle of the disaster, the 5 phases of disaster that I mentioned. So they take prevention, mitigation, and preparedness seriously. So preparedness is where you invest a lot of money in. So disasters will happen. So the flooding will happen, earthquakes will happen, but as a people, you have to prepare for these disasters. So what we have in Kenya right now is response and recovery. So we put a lot of effort. The government becomes active after the disaster has happened. What essentially should happen, and what happens in those cities, is they prepare a lot. They invest a lot of billions of dollars in updating the stormwater drainage, in ensuring that the riparian zones are not invaded, they are not built upon. They ensure, so it's the funny thing with us humans is we think nature needs us, but nature doesn't need us. So nature, if we were not here on the earth, nature will still
do its thing.
Yes, do its thing. But for us, in terms of preparedness, there's this new concept called anticipatory action.
Yes.
Where you put resources in place, you put infrastructure in place even before the disaster happens. And that is what we, some institutions like NDMA are trying to do, where you use data from Earth observation, data from satellite to predict, and machine learning to predict where if there is going to be a drought in the next like 3 months, and then if a certain threshold, so if the map shows these low vegetation in the forecast, they start to help these people before it happens. And the same thing is supposed to happen for flooding. So you know that the forecast says there will be a lot of rainfall.
Yes.
And when the forecast says that there's going to be a lot of rainfall, what basically Japan and these other cities they have is where at the source of these rivers, at the source of the catchment where this water comes from, in the upstream they have sensors. So sensors that monitor the water levels.
Okay. So they're able to know that at this rate we might have a flood.
Yes.
Okay.
So with this early warning system, when the water in the upstream passes a certain threshold, you know that these the low stream areas are likely to flood. So you send an SMS to these people on this area. So those it's like those messages you get from Kenya Red Cross. Move away from that area. There will be there will be water in the next like 3 hours. So the better the systems, the better the go ahead time.
Okay. There is as a private developer, I come with millions, perhaps even billions of shillings, and I want to set up something.
Yes.
Let's say in Syokimau.
Yes.
I want to set up this establishment, these buildings. Who should actually advise me on? Because all I want, I'll tell my contractors, I need you to construct this kind of a house, this kind of a mall, these kinds of roads, and these kinds of buildings, because I want to rent them out.
Yes.
Who should actually advise on, okay, we're going to build this mall, but we will need this kind of drainage or this kind of catchment, so that when the water percolates, it can, or when water is coming from this particular building of yours, that is sewage and other kinds of water, this is how we're going to manage it. Who should actually do that?
So in any project, in such a big project, you should have hydraulic engineer.
Right.
You should have a hydrologist, and you should have as part of the team. Before they do any of this infrastructure, they do a feasibility study.
Okay.
So in that feasibility study, they identify the topographical area. They see how the terrain is, which waterways or rivers or streams are near that area, and they they usually have a recommendation report. So that recommendation report tells you that tells you about the risks of this area.
Yes.
So some people ignore those recommendations because they are focused on the
cutting corners.
Yes.
Actually, the
money.
problem comes in with the people who are supposed to superintend this entire process, and every county has them. There is the plan. Before you are allowed to build, you have to have a comprehensive plan, and all the professionals that Mohammed mentions need to be there, so you know who to refer to. When the problem arises, you are the expert in this field, why did you not take care of this? Then when all these things are done and they go through all these stages, because not you go to one place and they, no, you take it to all these departments so that they meet the required standard. If you're building on an elevated place, if you're building on a flight pathway to Isli Air Base, all these things are covered by zoning. There are zoning laws that explain to you what you can build where, how you can build it, what you need to do with it, etc., etc.
And the reason I'm asking this is because I don't think in Kenya we actually do this. We don't consult all these experts that you've mentioned.
Actually,
We do.
you do. They have to be. That plan will not be passed if it doesn't there. Now, whether they are physically there and they do what they are supposed to do, that's a completely different story. But you cannot have.
Then they're not competent.
No.
They may even be competent.
Yes.
Look, it is a requirement that people have, and they pray to God that when they break it, nothing goes wrong.
Yeah.
So long as nothing happens, all these people will not be held to account. The moment there is a disaster, there's a crack, the building has collapsed, that's it. That's when you understand what it means to append your name to such a thing, because you will be called.
Okay, the reason I'm saying this is because I'm sure you've been to Athi River. There's this very beautiful estate.
Yes.
Just after the underpass and as you're heading towards Kitengela. So ukienda to Mombasa.
Yes.
It's a very beautiful place there. It has a very, I'm forgetting the name of the mall.
The one on the left.
Yes, it's on this. Yeah, this is left. Yes, it's called something Rivers.
Yes, it is the Safaricom Sacco. Adanzo put it up.
Exactly. Now that place, there's a time it rained and that place flooded
Up to the houses.
Exactly, because I remember videos.
Up to the mall.
Yeah, people were posting pictures of their houses.
Yes.
Water has gotten into their houses, into their homes, up to waist level. And I'm asking myself, now that you've mentioned all these people, the hydraulics, engineer, hydros, what, kwani hawakuwa consulted hiyo wakati aya further up the road, sorry city, further up the road, as you're heading now towards Lukenya, there's another estate there. That place, I think it got to a place it flooded so much watu wamezoea kuswim huko, walinua mpaka boats, because every time there's heavy rainfall that estate will flood as well. So the reason I'm asking, who should actually come and tell me as a private developer what to do so that I can mitigate against these floods? Huyo mtu ni nani?
Paul.
Yeah, so no many
there are people who are experts at selling you swamps.
Yes.
During the dry season.
You have salesmen.
Yes.
Abanyasi na mea vizuri sana.
Kuko sawa kabisa.
Unaweza kufuga ng'ombe hapa. Swamp.
Only for it to rain.
Then you know.
Yeah.
Let's go back to what Mohammed started off by telling us. Okay? The natural pathways that water goes through.
Yes.
Okay?
And he actually mentioned
when
swamps.
you hear wetland, it is a creation of nature. It is supposed to remain a wetland. Yes, it is not your job. Sio nafasi ya kujaribu karabati wako. That's not the whole point. Okay? So when you interfere with it, you may be good, as we say in Kenyan English, and then it rains. Then it reclaims its former state.
Yes.
Then you have untold problems. Yes. So the question those areas ask, What were those areas before somebody declared them to be the perfect spot for building houses? Who? And even if they were not, what precautions did they take? Because these precautions cost.
Yeah.
What did they do to ensure that when it rains, the problems that are being encountered do not occur?
Yes. So you mentioned wetlands. So I want to just mention a few things about wetlands.
Yes.
Wetlands are natural flood barriers. So some Chinese cities had this problem of flooding.
Yes.
So the way they were trying to come at a solution on how to solve this flooding in urban areas. So they came up with there's an architect who won an award. I don't remember the name, but
could it be Kunli?
Yes, Kunli. Yeah,
okay,
I think so. He came up with the system concept called sponge cities.
Yeah,
where you set up an artificial sort of like a wetland.
Yeah,
inside the city. You set up as many parks as possible. When the water falls on these areas,
yes,
the water seeps and they become a natural flood barriers
because they absorb the water.
Yes, they absorb
water. Water finds an avenue where it can move to naturally. Yes.
Yes.
So haisumbuani na barriers, so he has to find another route. And you know the thing is, you talk to anybody who's an engineer, especially those who deal with roads, they will tell you the biggest problem with building the sort of roads we do, the material we have, is water. If that water sits in one place, your road is gone.
Yes.
Okay.
Water, nothing else. It's not heavy lorries. Water.
Something else that we Kenyans, when someone is selling you a property,
right,
we don't do due diligence. So as a buyer, you have to go to this place and consult with an environmental expert just to get the picture of the topography of this area. Is it on a low-lying area? Is it near a river? These things you can identify yourselves by observation, but you need an expert to advise you on this because it's a long-term investment.
Yes.
And you don't want your investment going to waste. You don't want your house to be on a flood-prone areas.
For sure.
Yes. So all of these flood-prone areas have been mapped. So it's just you to go and do a bit of due diligence instead of just blindly investing in an area that is very risk averse.
Now that we're in that situation, now that we hatuwezi bomoa South Sea yote watu wahame sijui tuwapeleke wapi.
Yes.
Now what do we do? And not just, I'm asking, I've just put South Sea as an example.
Yes.
I'm talking about basically every other place that is flooding, and especially when the places where they have got massive developments. Now what do we do?
So the several factors need to happen, and they are the same factors that I mentioned earlier. One is the solving the structural deficit. So upgrading the stormwater drainage system. So we now there's this term that everyone has heard of, climate change. So rainfall, I saw a graph that was showing rainfall patterns for the past 8 years for Nairobi.
Okay.
And the graph has been going upwards. So it will keep increasing. So what we can do is the preparedness bit. And I've mentioned upgrading those the stormwater drainage, reclaiming those riparian zones,
yes,
removing all anything that is on those riparian areas, because the reason they are riparian zones is when there's high rainfall or when there's the water flow is very high.
Yes,
these are the buffer zones for this water. So these buffer zones are supposed to accommodate this extra water. And what we have done in many waterways in Nairobi is we have built upon these areas.
So we vacate them.
It's a radical solution, but
Yes, it has to be done.
it is a long term one.
Okay.
Yes, it will cause some pain for now, but
Can you imagine someone has put up a building, like you put it, like a 10-story building, 16-story building even,
yes,
cost millions, perhaps even billions. I don't know how much it would cost to build that kind of house, but you get what I mean.
yes,
Like it's a lot of money. Then you tell this person bomoe nyumba.
Actually, yes. Itabomoleka.
Eh.
If I may use that term.
Na tubomoe
Yes.
kabisa.
Why so is this? It's an illegality. You shouldn't have built it in the first place.
Yes.
And ignorance is not an excuse. In this country, according to our laws, these bypasses that you see,
Yes.
a good number of them had buildings, the sort of buildings you're talking about,
Yes.
mini estate, flats and so forth. They all came down. You buyer beware. You have to do due diligence. It's really harsh and it sounds punitive, but this is it. You have to do due diligence to ensure that whatever you're trying to construct, one is actually by law allowed to do so.
Yeah.
The reason why you have something called a TOL, temporary occupation license, is because they allow you to put up a structure in which you can conduct business. 24-hour window. I don't know, some places give you a week window. But after that, you move. If you don't move, they demolish it.
Actually, like in the city, let me ask, and I'm asking this for the sake of developers who probably didn't even know that they are buying into riparian land.
How did they not know?
they knew.
I'm just asking.
No. That one, how can you not know?
Let me just ask, and then you can remind me on their behalf. But someone bought land. They thought they did due diligence. They went even to Ministry of Lands, county offices ya mashamba, wakaambiwa kila kitu iko sawa, because we've had this over and over that the lands ministry is very corrupt. All right, so you went, you did a search vizuri sana, and you were told, my friend, hii shamba, as a matter of fact, in another 2 years usipoinua saizi tapanda bei. Then you buy, because you are none the wiser, and you even develop, you have put up that building, then suddenly it floods, and now you're told, by the way, do you know you're on riparian land?
So now you're asking what happened.
And then now government comes with bulldozers, and then now they're demolishing my building.
Yes, you suffer. You ask what happens.
Yes.
You suffer.
So that's the consequence of not doing due diligence. So it is the same as buying land from someone without going to the Ministry of Lands.
Yes.
Just
Which
to
again
check.
we have had is very corrupt.
Paul, in your neck of the woods,
Right.
there was land that belonged to, is it Simba Cement, or I'm trying to remember which cement company. But it looked like it was no one's land. Now, some clever individuals came and are giving people certificate of ownership, not title deed,
Yep.
which you can print in your own house and give people. Okay? One, a town mushroomed there.
Yes.
A church was built, people built beautiful houses.
Oh, you have no idea. I remember that story.
Do you know that story?
Yes.
Yes, I interviewed some of those people. When the owner claimed back their land, and it's not the only one,
Yes.
those sides of far east of Nairobi now heading towards Kangundo, there's a family called Kiriba who holds at 1,000 acres. People encroached on it and they built. Now, when the owner decides to take back the land, they'll demolish it. They'll give you the statutory notice. Case in point again, you've lived in a council houses 3 generations until you think it's your Oshago. Okay? And so they told to move, you say, you're a tenant. What keeps you there is a tenancy agreement and the understanding with these government authority. It is a 1 month's notice. They give you notice, how can they evict you? It's not really complicated. But for humane purposes, you consider some of these things and you say, okay guys, let's see what we can do.
Yes.
Let's arrive at some arrangement.
Okay.
And illegality was committed.
But
Let's be humane about it.
yeah.
It's a consideration.
I remember even homes were demolished sometime. They were constructed qua airport land.
Yes.
Because they were a hazard in the flight path. So ikabidi zibomolewe. And I remember people's homes were demolished. We're talking about some 10, maybe even 15 years ago.
We don't learn.
You know,
We don't learn.
Mimi kuna mahali sasa siwezi nunua shamba by the way. Karibu na airport. Juu sijui mnaweza amka siku moja mwamwe unajua uko JKIA my friend.
You know land is a very critical resource.
Yeah.
And when you're buying land, you are investing a lot of financial you are buying that land. So it is the best thing you can do for you to protect that investment.
Yeah.
Is do this due diligence before doing all of this. Consult with an engineer, consult with an environmental expert, consult with the law. The laws in Kenya are very, very clear.
Yes.
These areas that are not supposed to be settlement areas, these zoning laws, all of these things, the good thing with most of the Kenyan population in urban areas, they are educated.
Okay.
But they assume these things. So
Mohammed is greed. Somebody tells you this land is going cheap, and it's quick sale.
Yes.
And these plots are few, and they will not last.
Yes.
And it gives you another tale, and you see a deal. When a Kenyan sees a deal, there's some theft taking place.
Yeah.
And suddenly you feel this is a good way to put your money. Let me not be unnecessarily harsh, but if you really are an honest person and you take the time to do due diligence, you will know you're buying something which is not what they're telling you it is.
Yes.
You will know.
Yes.
Yeah. We were just talking about cities that got it right. I think you mentioned a Chinese city.
Yes, a Chinese city.
Sponge City, brother.
Sponge City. So it's a concept, and it's basically a nature-based solution. So nature-based solutions, they are part of the disaster preparedness plans.
Yeah.
So you manually introduce, you create like a wetland. So you create green spaces that can accumulate, that can hold this water, that can allow this water to reach into the ground. So the problem, it's all of these problems in terms of geography, they are interconnected. We currently have water shortage problem in Nairobi.
Yes.
And people have dug so many
boreholes.
So I want to show you how this is interconnected.
All right.
So usually when you look at the hydrological cycle, water evaporates from water bodies, it goes up into the clouds, condensation, and then it comes back to the ground.
Yes.
When it comes as rainfall to the ground, some of this water goes into the drainages, some of this water goes to the seeps into the ground, it becomes groundwater. And there's groundwater flow happening. Some of that groundwater flows into the aquifers.
All right.
So and those aquifers are the ones, so every time there's a rainy season, when there's various long-term rainy seasons,
right,
these aquifers are recharged naturally
by the rain that fell down.
But in Nairobi, when rainfall happens, it falls on impervious surface, so all the water moves out, and then when this water is flowing, it's causing flooding. When it moves out of Nairobi, the groundwater is not replenished,
and we keep on boring it out.
Yes, boring it out. The aquifer levels, the groundwater levels keeps falling. So we have, when there's a lot of rainfall is good, but when it is with a lot of intensity, and when you have a lot of rainfall within a few hours, it becomes catastrophic, like what happened on Friday. But that rainfall is also supposed to go to the ground and recharge those aquifers,
and it is not. And
it's not happening. So
Nairobi will be a desert soon. Is that what you're trying to say,
Mohammed? No, I'm not saying that. But there's this concept called artificial groundwater recharge, where you manually create like holes,
so that water can just seep.
Yes, can seep through, but it doesn't happen in Nairobi. So water just goes out.
Can I ask a question, Mohammed? Is it really hard to create a regulated system of cleaning all these man-made passages that we've created for water to pass through? instead of listening to the childish nonsense the governor of Nairobi was talking about, trying every which way to blame somebody, instead of apologizing to the people of Nairobi first and saying, folks, we are sorry, we dropped the ball on this one, we are trying to sort it out, explaining how they did what, and the things he's saying they did are more phantom than they are real. Where did they do it? If they did it, why did we have the disaster that we saw? How do you have a whole governor blaming other people for a problem that they should have sorted out?
I think this is where we are getting it wrong. The blame game. Everyone is pointing fingers towards to the other,
because no one wants to take will you take responsibility for over 300 people displaced and dozens dead?
No, but this thing has exposed our lack of preparedness as a government, as a people, as agencies, as even each institution is supposed to play a role in preventing these disasters.
Yes.
Everyone, each institution, it can be Kera, it can be Kura, it can be NEMA, the county itself,
Nairobi Rivers Commission. Don't forget those guys.
Rivers Commission. All of these people need to work together.
Yeah.
And to prevent this from happening ever again. But now the disaster has happened. People have died. So what can we do? The best thing that we can do is learn from it. Implement those recommendations that have been given by experts, the hydrologists. Those recommendations can be very expensive right now, but in the long term they will have a lot of. They will save so many people's lives. It might be painful for the people on the riparian zones who will have losses from this.
City has said let them suffer.
No, I said they will suffer because it is not the first time we're having this conversation about riparian land. There are places somewhere near the Arboretum, what they call Kileshwa Ring Road.
Yes.
Those houses were demolished and removed because it is riparian land. After a while, they came back bigger with more things. Now it is raining.
Yes.
Okay? So when those things get flooded and they're brought down now, what are we supposed to say? Look, there are aqueducts in this city that were built and they run along Uruai Way. They exist. Okay? When these chokoras snatch something and they run, that's where they run to hide to. Okay? Now, it is the city, county's problem to ensure they are cleared, they are cleaned. Why? Those are man-made solutions. They engineered so that when we have water like the one we have, the rain that was brought about by this, the water that was brought about by this rain, they are channeled through that. Somebody foresaw this and built it. So it's not as though, that's what I was saying, so that we don't have people who can do this. These things have been done. The maintenance aspect, that one is the city government's role, man. There's an entire department that deals with works. And then there are these lovely scientists called MET. They tell you in advance, long in advance, and it's accurate. We knew of El Nino. Okay? Why? We're told. And it happened. That is among the time we had the highest rain. But the highest ever was 2018. The Kabete Met station recorded 1,160 millimeters of rainfall. That was a lot of rain. That one threw everybody off balance. We'd never seen El Nino. We didn't know it. We saw it. But do we need El Nino to happen every year for us to understand that it happens? Or that you have a tropical storm like the one we had?
Good question.
Yes.
But also, I'll throw some blame to the citizen, Kidogo, because we are the ones.
Kidogo, just say it as it is. We also have a responsibility.
We trash this city of ours on a daily.
Yes.
We throw wrappers, we throw paper bags, we throw bottles, we throw clothes. Like someone will just dump an entire wardrobe kwa takataka na asijali malizo nguo zitaenda ama zitaenda wapi. Sometimes they even do it on the side of the road. Mtu anamalizana na handkerchief mali tu alifika hapo tu ndio anayachilia. And all these things will go and drop themselves into a place where they will block, and then you flood, then your loved one is carried away, then you point fingers at Sakaja, of which you should do, but you forget to point fingers at yourself.
How do we create a culture where people know how they should dispose of the things they do not need? Because like now, there's something I've seen on our roads, beautiful. There are these waste bins that I've been seeing on the side of the road.
Yes.
That's a good initiative. But then it's not very useful if people do not know how to use it,
Yes.
and people are not interested in using it. How do we create a culture? Again, we have to go back to school.
Yes.
So that this generation which is already confused and lost, we start with these younger kids who don't know. You teach them, this is what you do with waste. This is how you do it. They will understand and they'll do it.
Yeah.
Because in all honesty, the initiative, when a county government does something that is praiseworthy, you state it. But then the people who live here, including me, do we know exactly what to do with those bins?
I don't think we do.
Actually, what usually happens is, before even setting up those bins, you need to create sensitization and awareness.
Otherwise, it will just be there as ornaments.
Yes. So with when you're doing a project, you have to do a lot of sensitization and awareness. So people have, at the personal level, it has to be a cultural change.
Yeah.
It has to be.
It has to be. So everyone has to be told that this, if you don't dump this waste in the right place, they will have they have consequences. But those consequences, you are not seeing it now. So everyone has to take responsibility of this garbage. It is good for us. It's good for the environment. It has so many benefits, and many countries are actually doing it. But now we have those putting up those bins is a good initiative. But you have not sensitized the people. You have not told the people
how to use them.
You have not told the people the benefits of using them. You have not told people the consequences of not using them. What happens? Flooding is one of those consequences that happens when these drainages get blocked. Disease.
Yeah.
There are so many things that I think if we invested more on changing the culture, it will have some
greater impact.
Yes, some impact.
Mohammed Mohamud, thank you so much for coming through. This is all the time we had as far as this conversation is concerned. At least now I know there are some people who actually are in those areas you've mentioned, the catchment areas, just checking out what might happen. Things that I thought we only see in movies. I didn't think that really happened here in Kenya. But thank you so much.
Yes.
All right. This is where we come to a close. The next item rather is news with Winnie Maganga. Then after that, we take a different turn kidogo tuongele mambo ya development na siasa.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Severe floods in Kenya have displaced over 50,000 people and resulted in at least 42 deaths, says the government. The government also reported widespread devastation, with many families forced into temporary shelters. Nairobi has been the hardest hit by the floods and accounts for 26 deaths, while 9 people remain unaccounted for. Here's Public Service CS Geoffrey Ruku.
42 deaths have been reported and confirmed by National Police Service across the country as today morning, 8th of March 2026. Such mission is still in progress by the multi-agency emergency response teams, with the aim of ensuring the bodies of all the flood victims.
The Kenya Meteorological Department has issued a heavy rainfall advisory for the Nairobi metropolitan region, warning residents to remain alert as showers and isolated thunderstorms continue. The advisory will remain in effect until 7 p.m. today. The department says that although rainfall has reduced slightly compared to the peak period between March 4th and March 7th, moderate to heavy rain is still expected and could cause localized flooding. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has dismissed calls for his resignation, saying he remains focused on addressing challenges facing the city, including last week's flooding tragedy. Sakaja, speaking on Citizen TV, said he's working daily to resolve problems affecting residents despite the limitation the county government faces. Sakaja noted that while expectations from the public are high, his administration is doing its best.
And every day I do my best, given the limitations that we have as a city. Of course, the expectations are extremely high, and I understand them. But I genuinely, really put myself out there to solve the problems with what I have. And I think this is a beautiful platform for me to explain that challenge in the city. You see, the city has never had a chance to have an administration that actually does full course, because you start with your plans, they start getting to fruition. I'm paying all debts from the first administration.
ODM Chief Oburu Oginga has dismissed claims that he takes instructions from State House. Oburu said he makes his own decisions based on what he believes is best for the people he represents. Speaking during a Thanksgiving ceremony for PS Oma Oluga on Sunday, Oburu said his many years in politics has given him the experience to act independently without outside influence.
And I'm also telling those who are saying that Oburu is taking instructions from State House, that I have been in this world much more than them, and I know when I want to take instructions and when I should take instructions, and if I deserve to take instructions, I know how to do it, and you will not teach me. Me, I'm not going to take instructions. I have not taken it before.
An overnight explosion at the U.S. Embassy in Oslo may have been an act of terrorism. Norway's police have said the embassy in the Norwegian capital sustained minor damage after the blast in the early hours of Sunday, but no one was injured. Norwegian authorities say they are in contact with U.S. diplomats and an investigation into the incident is now underway. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Pavis Estupiñán's powerful strike under AC Milan derby honors as they edged City rivals Inter to reduce the gap on the Serie A leaders to 7 points. The Italian race had appeared to be over, with Inter going into the game 10 points clear at the top. However, Milan have given themselves a glimmer of hope with 10 games remaining after this win. The second time they have beaten Inter this season. Estupiñán got the decisive goal 10 minutes before halftime, when he was picked out by a fantastic ball from Yusuf Fofana and then thumped a fine strike home. Britain's Emma Raducanu was overpowered by 6th seed Amanda Anisimova at the Indian Wells, losing 6-1, 6-1 in a third-round encounter lasting only 52 minutes. In an ominous sign of the struggle to come, Raducanu was broken in the opening game. It quickly became apparent the 25th seed had no answer to the Americans' determined approach, and the first set ran away from her with just 11 points won. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truth and bold insights. The time right now is 7 minutes past 8 o'clock. Let me read some of your comments here. Michael Olande, good morning, John Nairobi. And then we have Mweni and Asema, good morning, City and Bubi. Well, good morning to you too, Mweni. 2.0 Asema, how comes we saw flooding even in places like Keno? Water getting into people's homes? Very good question, my friend.
Same story.
Yeah.
The built-up area and what you've done with it, because Kino is highly built up now.
Yes.
So the same problems that Mohammed was talking of, iko na wao pia.
Kino, by the way, hata nisikudanganye, ile place ile badi linakuanga hapo, alafu sasa uongeze flood.
And then also remember ya kwamba ukiwa pale siku Nairobi hapa
ndio
unaanza kuchukua kidogo, si ndio? So maji ikitoka ukitirika inaelekea huko.
It's a problem.
And then it doesn't have places building here. So now the water just moves. Whatever passage it finds under the door, it will go through that one. Because there's no dedicated passageway for it to go through. Yes. So houses will flood.
True. Elizabeth Oigara amesema, but honestly, in Arab countries, there are lazy. They are lazy, and children raised being careless. There, though garbage everywhere, but drainage and roads, but cleaning is government duty to clean the environment.
Why there? How do you know they're lazy?
Maybe she lives there, maybe she works there. I don't know.
I've told you this before. People who live in areas that have hot climates, or whether they're around the Mediterranean, the entire culture of working because of the weather is completely different. It doesn't make them lazy. No. It's like people saying people from the coast are lazy. Do you know how old the civilization of the coast is?
City.
I don't know. This one I have to.
Okay. So
the moment you refer to a people in that generalized terms, you are profiling. Yes, and the problem with profiling, the next step is you dehumanize them.
Yes.
So they don't become fully human. They are a fraction of it. It's not a good thing.
Yes.
What she means is people move slowly in those areas because of the weather, and everything that they do seems to be good, including water drainage. So she's saying,
yes,
if they can do it, I mean, for heaven's sake,
right?
Why are we not doing it?
Sungura is asking, or rather saying, that is Sungura wetu, and I say, in Rwanda there was no teaching people on using those trash bins. Ukipatikana utaimba.
But that's the teaching.
Exactly, that is the teaching.
Yes.
Last but not least, we have Michael Olande saying, I live in Kigali where everybody knows takataka haitupwi kila mahali. Mweni is saying, the moment you find yourself walking in rubber boots in your own house, it's a very scary affair. I cannot imagine. Hapo ndipo tumefika kama country, and it is what it is. In this particular hour, we have the acting Deputy Secretary General, that is Secretary General Programs at the Kenya Red Cross Society, Mr. Joe Mbalu. Joe Mbalu, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning. Very good to be here.
Na umesikia hizo vitu tumekuwa tukisema,
nimesikia
trash bins, why people are not using trash bins. You're a Kenyan. You tell me, what do you think our problem is as far as just utilizing our trash cans is concerned, and just taking care of trashes in our own homes?
I think it's a socialization issue. There has been remarks that if you walk through the city of Nairobi, that past Moi Avenue towards your left, the city is cleaner. And if you had something you had some trash in your hand, because of how the environment looks like, it's not very easy for you to
just
drop it. But then on the other side of the city, when you find that everybody, it's a matter of, and that's why I'm calling it socialization, because then everybody does it, then it becomes a lot easier. And it's something around just human behavior and the tipping point. So in those particular areas that are clean, where people observe this, where the bins are available, then people use them. But then where they are not, and it's not normal practice, then it's an easier way out. I think, yes.
And you've just had one of our listeners say that in places like Kigali, Rwanda, no one tells you. There is no commercial, infomercial, PSA, nothing. No one. Hata hakuna ati onyo kali. Well, I've not been there, I wouldn't know. But from what I understand, you just know that, my friend, if you do not use the trash cans, if you decide to drop trash on the road, wewe jua utaimba.
So the enforcement there clearly is a lot higher. And even here, the days when Kaiju becomes serious and go arresting people throwing trash in a week in the estates, you notice that week people then, so clearly consequence management is a thing that can help part of this. But the point is, looking at the havoc that we've just gone through, and the season is just starting, then we just can't tire to call this out, to remind people to do certain things, however tiring it is to keep repeating, because then the consequences are quite dire.
Right.
A clogged drain, ends up creating a lot of problems. We've lost, unfortunately, we're losing lives because of situation that could have been avoided. So it's just pretty a sad thing, but it's something that we need to keep trying.
Yeah. On the front page of I think it was the Daily Nation this morning, they're telling us that some 300 people were displaced in Homa Bay. Homa Bay wako na shida ya takataka kama Nairobi, yet they are also facing floods.
No, they have a particular the different issue within, and it's not just Homa Bay, it's also Busia that is also affected. They have been facing a challenge of the lake. Basically what they're saying is that it's coming back, but then the Lake Victoria has sort of expanded to areas where people had settled, and that has been a problem. There has been a lot of displaced families around that area.
Yes.
But now with the current rains and the rains increasing, then that has become that problem has become compounded. So actually, across the country, we are now talking about 5,100 households that are now displaced because of these rains.
Yes.
In different parts of the country. So yes, it's quite a huge concern. But yes, the built areas are a particular concern because of either inadequate drainage or drainage that is blocked. Then we'll have the areas, and the rains are just starting. So part of the areas that we always keep watching around these displacements and landslides.
Yes,
the rains have not soaked in enough in parts of the central highlands and in the Makuenis in the West Pokot to create even more possible havoc. So yes, there are different problems for different people, but we have a lot of displacements. The number that are the houses that are affected directly currently from records are about 11,000 households that have been affected by these current rains.
City, you were actually telling me during the break that Kenya, was it Nairobi or Kenya, has a master plan?
It's called New Plan. It was a plan that was crafted by, it was 2016-18 by JICA and the county government of Nairobi. It has existed. It existed, I think, briefly during the Kidero era. And then during the Sonko era, well, the short-lived Sonko era.
Yes.
And it's to 2030.
Okay.
Mombasa also has a similar plan. Meaning all these things we're talking about, including what should be done, where and how it should be done, and how to utilize whatever land surface we have and the facilities, all those are there. This now replaces whatever we've had from 1948.
Yes.
And the little nicks and knacks that we've created with it as we've moved along, including the areas of zoning. For instance, some of these areas that were once called the leafy suburbs, where the zoning understanding and distinction comes in is zoning allows you to do certain things within those areas. For instance, you can't have a bar on top of the roof of the house you live in certain yes, I'm being bizarre around to paint the picture. Now, and you also can't build buildings beyond a certain level. And also when you build buildings beyond a certain level or height or floors, you're supposed to have a lift. All these things. Now, the thing that distinguishes what we've had on paper is how they're disregarded. And they're often disregarded with disastrous consequences. But the disregard is not in the building.
Yeah.
The contractor or the developer understands how much money they have. But the kickbacks that are required is the same sort of thinking and kickbacks that you find in our roads, where the contractor knows what they're supposed to do. But if they were to build that road with the specs that they had, and with the bribes they have already given to get that money, and the bribes they need to continue giving, they will not make a profit, they'll go at a loss. So what they do is they make the road with what they have, or they put up that building with what they have. What is a Nairobi speciality, or within the environs, is you have a plan that was approved for 10 floors. You decide to build 4 more. The structure cannot hold that weight, so the building collapses. It's not really complicated that much. I'm giving you lay explanations from what experts have explained to me. Now, the thing about a master plan, the master plan tells you areas where you can build houses for many people, like these houses we refer to as affordable houses, or urban renewal houses. It tells you where you can build estates for middle. It tells you all these things, so you know what to do where. But with it also comes all the amenities that come with the development. But again, those are disregarded. So If you are supposed to, for instance, put up an estate with X number of people, the requirement of that particular dictum would be you need a school, you need a hospital, you need place of worship for various faiths, you need a playground. The first thing that goes is the playground. Then the other places go. So when that goes, any place where you were supposed to have some of these so-called stormwater drainage and all these things, they're also built on. And usually they try to follow what was the natural path of the water before they got, because water has natural path. Now water, as we're told, has a memory. It will find that building, it's following what it used to follow.
Yeah.
It will hit that building. And over time it will weaken that building. That building, and give it time, will collapse.
You know, that's scary, eh? When you think about the effects, first of all, the short term, then there's the long term. The reason I was asking City about that master plan that he has just mentioned is, do we have even departments that are specifically set aside for such times? During floods, during drought? Because I feel like we only react to issues. Just the other day, we were talking about this hunger issue in the northern frontier. Animals are dying, people are dying, disease is prevalent there. And it's not like this is the first time we are knowing that place usually has drought. What is our problem?
So currently, and thank you for reminding our listeners that because I know it's rained around the Nairobi region, the general perception is that the drought is gone, which is very far from the truth. The areas, the county is still affected by drought, and we're still responding to that even as we respond. But in terms of departments that are in charge of this, even at a national level, we have the national disaster entity that is basically multi-agents. It has agencies from across the disciplined forces. So there are the organs. Even in the city county of Nairobi, there is an entire disaster and a planning team. So
there is.
Yes, there is actually. And we support them in the roles that they play. The challenge that I feel that we have generally as a country is, and City has alluded to it, is that we actually have protocols on how to deal with this. And for example, these are extreme weather events, and they are forecastable, and our meteorological department, and they're getting very good at what they do. For example, the drought was forecasted, and we have an early warning system and early action protocol and what needs to be done. So the plans are there. The things that need to be done by different agencies are spelled out quite clearly. I guess the challenge is in just being able then to effect parts of these things. So as an agency, as the Kenya Red Cross, we already, as far back as October, had an appeal, a complex emergency appeal, because this was already October, yes, because we were already aware of the long range assessments, short range assessments had been done. We saw that the rains had failed, and the impact of that was something that we could be able to tell.
Yeah,
and then it's also cyclic, the way the rains come in, that then there was also anticipated with a very parched ground. The fast rains would always create some sort of runoff, even in the dry areas. So this was anticipated. So parts of the things that needed to be done, of course, like in the arid lands, would be to during the drought period be able to establish some organs for some dams that could be able to hold this run of water, because then we keep being in this cycle where we come from a drought, we don't have enough water, then we have too much water, then we go back again.
El Nino, La Nina.
Yes. So their agency charged with those responsibilities. Unfortunately, the mitigation measures are quite heavy in terms of the resources required.
Yes.
For example, even when you talk about the plan that City talked about, for that plan to be executed, for example, in terms of storm drains, there are certain things that we can do at low cost, be able to clear the garbage and such. But certain areas that need to be, for example, clear, there are build areas that, for example, buildings need to be removed. That comes with a lot of problems. 60% of the population of this city.
What problems?
The human, the political issues that will come. For example, look at the informal settlements. Close to 60% of the population of this city lives in the informal settlements. Where are these informal settlements?
Okay.
A big portion of them, if not all of them, are in riparian lands.
You're actually right.
That's where the Madhari valleys are. That is a waterway for Nairobi River.
You're actually
where
right.
Kibra is also a waterway for the Gong River. So this is where you'll find a lot of them. So then, even
Mukuru,
they are all within that's how they become informal, because it's land that is supposed to be kept clear for what then the settlements start from those points. So then the actions that we talk about would involve then, do we then need to evacuate and get all of those and that's very huge numbers of people, so that comes with certain issues.
Okay,
it's not that it can't be done, it's just that it is a very painful process.
We've solved
with part of the housing,
with affordable housing.
Or did we?
Well, we did. I mean, so
it's part of a solution.
Have you seen? No, sincerely,
yes, it is.
I'm not being facetious. Have you seen how vast those houses, those structures are?
Yeah.
Have you seen the capacity? There's something you look at and you say, "Oh goodness, you mean this is what they meant?"
Yes.
Yes, it is part of the solution.
It is part of the solution.
Yes.
Because then it also provides a solution for dignified because
living.
Yes, because it's not right for people to be living in houses made of
cardboard.
Cardboards, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
and that exposes them to a lot more danger with this kind of rains. Like for example, in the flood of 2024, we had to set up temporary structures, because it's one thing, we keep sending messages to tell people the rains are coming, because we have already, like for example, for this particular one, we have already had 3 warnings. So the meteorological department is doing its role. It has sent out warnings of above average rain events and gives these messages in good time. And we have helped them in disseminating this information, even through text messages to certain people in certain areas. We actually do this with the help from the telco. Safaricom has been very useful for us to be able to even send very particular messages to people in a particular area that we're worried about. But then it's one thing to tell people to move to higher ground, and those people do not have another place to go. For example, in West Kenya, we have particular areas where churches, schools, where people have identified as their safe shelter when the lake, like it's happening now, starts to pull back. But within our informal settlements, they do not have such places. So we find ourselves, like in 2024, having to set up temporary structures, tents for people to come and spend the nights at, because then the challenge is, if they continue staying in those very unstable structures that they have next to the water, then there will be chances of them being swept away is a problem.
Actually, and I remember there's a time huko sikumbuki, but I think niko kwa Lake Region tu mahali, where it was really bad to the point of graves were being exposed, like munapatana na sanduku inaenda na maji. That's how bad it was at one point, and I was like, what on earth is going on?
Yes, there are towns in the northern part of Kenya where people dug, the graves were shallow, but also the land is fairly flat. So when it actually floods, a normal occurrence is you are walking with water that is running across the town. And if the graves are really shallow, yes, you actually find certain burial sites have been desecrated because the water has gone in, the coffins out, and they are following, they're moving along the water.
Do you know how scary that would be? You are just in town, CBD here,
and you're seeing a coffin heading towards you, and you're wondering,
you know how crazy that would be. But so now I'm thinking, and I'm asking myself, the people who live in these places, what on earth do they experience?
I think this gentleman here is in a very good position to explain to you, because I sometimes wonder why the government doesn't just give them a department to run, because what they do in such places, you'll hear Red Cross, and they're polite and humble, they tell you they assist, but if you've seen what they do, they actually end up, I'm not getting you in trouble, they actually end up doing what the government should have been doing in the first place.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you were saying something in regards to this.
No, I was saying, I was giving you an idea of how bad the situation is. In some places within the Homa Bay Kisumu area, the distance that the lake has moved inward is up to 3 to 7 kilometers, and that was originally, you could see that there were houses. People have had to leave their houses and move out.
You know, 3 to 7 kilometers
That's
is
a
like
very huge
Nairobi to
area.
City Cabanas.
That's what you're talking about, and you'll see the structures are still standing there. So they will tell you that they have been hoping for the last, and it's happened for the last 3-4 years. They hoped that the water would go back, will recede, and then they will continue with their lives.
Yeah.
But then, unfortunately, that seems not to be happening. So then this becomes a problem. Now, the bigger challenge for us is not even the caskets that are. It's the disease burden that comes with that. Because this is the other challenge with the floods, that yes, now we're looking at the people losing property. It's very unfortunate, actually, in part of Wajir just yesterday. Lightning, and it's not rained everywhere, it's just one small portion in Elders.
Yeah.
But lightning struck at a herd of sheep and goat, and a farmer lost 75 shots in one instance, in rain that is not even sufficient to help the grass grow. So you can look at the amount of human loss that is.
It hit several times, or just once?
Just once. Just once. And
75 animals died.
Gone. All gone. And while they really struggled to keep these animals alive during this long drought, and the coming rain is supposed to be a sign of hope that things will get better, there will be some regeneration of pasture. Unfortunately, then this happens. So that becomes the other side of floods that we worry about, that now with the rain starting, we now start having the cholera cases. We already have had quite an endemic caseload of cholera in the country. Now with this, makes the water points a bit more dangerous. So that means then we have to work a lot harder to make sure that people to purify water for people for household consumption. Now we also then have a very huge spike in malaria, in chikungunya, all this dengue fever that come, vector-borne diseases that will come with this. So floods bring quite a myriad of challenges together with this. Now and again, we keep doing this in the backdrop of a drought, famine relief that needs, where we have 3.3 million people still requiring aid.
Yeah.
And the entire environment, where we get what City was talking about, where we get our resources to be able to do part of this role, again, is very dependent on donors, and the environment again is not very good with the concerns going on with the Ukraine crisis, with the diminished. So we are in a bit of a struggle for resources to be able then to deal with this emergency. So if the bit where Kenyans then can help is if then they can be able to heed parts of this warnings around what is happening. I know it feels a bit hopeless, for example, if you're in Nairobi and the water is just coming to your house, but then there's certain habits that are also quite Kenyan, that people are in a hurry, that people are trying to cross rivers. Right now it's rained in Nairobi. What happens is that it will take about 5 to 8 hours for this water to hit Tana River.
Okay.
So then we'll start and hit the Athi River plains, and what happens with that is that you start now, and we already started warning the communities around Ukambani areas because they have a lot of drift sort of bridges. So if then they're impatient to start crossing the rivers, then that becomes
another problem.
Yeah. So that it's really sad that on any basic rain season, we will lose a minimum of up to about 50 people in every rain, just people wading through the water, people going to places they shouldn't have gone.
Is that time, was it last year or the year before that? We just saw buses being swept and lorries being swept, like on a daily. Mnasikia shule fulani ilibebwa, shule ingine ilibebwa, sijui basi gani ilikuwa imetoka Nairobi imebebwa, and I'm like, zinabebwa to the same area.
Paul, normally when these things occur in rivers, the mitigation factor is what has been ignored. Over time, when it rains, silt settles on the riverbed. So the capacity of the river to contain this water and to flow it is diminished with every small rain because the silt settles there. You dredge the rivers.
Are they to be dredged with every season?
It is prudent that you dredge it because, for instance, those who man the various falls that we have, Kengen and the like, they have to dredge rivers because they need that flow to do the job that they do with the turbines and the electricity generation and so forth. Okay. Now, most people who live in those areas and have lived long enough will know about the patterns. For instance, what we're talking about is called a backflow. Backflows traditionally occurred every 50 years. Now, I come from a part of the world that is famous for flooding. The place is called Nyando, where the Nyando River passes through. Famous, okay? When that river, I told you this in an earlier hour, was dredged, and I have to give credit where it's due. It was during Martha Karua's time,
Yes.
as Minister for Water, and an MP called Nyide Nyamunga. Suddenly the problem of flooding, it's not that it didn't rain, it rained. Suddenly it wasn't a problem. Why? The water had a passage of passing. But now climate change and every attendant thing that goes with it, it's not just Lake Victoria that has a backflow. Lake Naivasha has a backflow. Lake Baringo has a backflow. Do you remember that there are some resorts in Lake Baringo which were submerged?
Yeah.
It's a building submerged. You only see the roof.
Yeah.
Schools submerged. If you go along Lake Naivasha, you'll find very many roofs of housing. How do they get there? They were built on land. The backflow occurred. It occurs. It's now more frequent. From 1962 to the year 2020, the area around Kisumu has had this backflow 6 times, and yet prior to that, it used to occur almost every 50 years. So look at the frequency.
Something has changed.
We are the ones who have brought this problem upon us. Yes. The ecosystem which more or less helped control some of these things, we have gone and destroyed them.
In the previous hour, I was asking our guest, Mohammed Nikamuliza, do we know how we can actually get ready for these floods every single year? Because it looks like it's not like we do not know, but what can we do about it? Because it looks like it catches us off guard. I know we're being told that our disaster management agencies perhaps are doing their best, but I feel like it's beyond just them. I don't know. What do you think?
We can do better. We can do collectively. We can do better, and like I mentioned, we actually have very well done protocols. One of and to give credit where it's due, one of the support, it seems to, I'm sure you've seen it in every one of the major towns. There's a lot of drainage work funded a lot by World Bank and Kenha.
All right.
So that is an effort in the right direction to try and sort out the drainage issues for built up areas and urban areas. But then our commitments also with regards to the catchment areas, being able to grow trees because they support in all these erosion problems that we have.
Yeah.
So those commitments, we can do a lot better in meeting this. I know we have a 15 billion commitment as a country. I don't know how far we are.
15 billion trees.
Yes, that's what we're supposed to plant.
And I heard it and I was like, wait, are we serious? But yeah.
Yeah, you have to aim high. That initiative, personally, I thought was an excellent one.
Yes, because that would actually help with the silting problems that you're talking about, and in helping, because the big challenge we keep having is also the surface runoff. If where there is vegetation, then the speed of water then is not the same. So those are very easy initiatives that everybody can participate in their own way. But more importantly, we have a commitment, for example, the Zero Anger Initiative, as part of the goals that we have signed up as a country, is that by the year 2030 we're supposed to have halved or gotten rid of the people that are affected by drought, for example, and these two are interrelated based on how the weather patterns are. It's always one coming after the other. So if we could invest a lot more, and I've said this again, that if we could put the resources that go with these commitments, then we would be in a much better place. We have supported a few of these initiatives, in especially, and our mandate is in very vulnerable populations, and we've seen that a lot of these initiatives help quite a bit. We worked in Makueni County in a protracted relief recovery project where we were helping, and I remember this was a government initiative back in the 80s and the 70s, of just doing of canals just to control how water moves within farmed areas, just the terracing, and it had very good very good returns. That by the time we were done with this initiative, which took about three years,
yes,
we were able to graduate a population of farmers who had been dependent on relief for quite a long time, such that now they could be able to produce their own food. So by then this, and it's a very small level at farm level of just terracing and being able to do agroforestry and managing, because it affects the quality of the soil also. So this becomes a part of those. The other a bigger challenge we have is again on issues around we talked about the effects of these rains to the lower ground, and the coping mechanisms that some of the communities have, the harvesting, the sand harvesting that is now happening unfortunately in places like Kajiado, that is going to the extreme. That there is a point where it can work, but then where then we also abuse nature and start excavating a lot, then we've seen a lot of bridges collapse because the soil around them, the amount of sand harvesting happening in some of these rivers has weakened the bridges. So this becomes if now it rains, and with the kind of rains that is happening, if you go to some of those areas, you find that the impacts are a lot worse than they could have been.
You know, I had this crazy idea whereby I was asking, is it possible that you see all these floods we've had in Nairobi, we collect that water somehow and take it to the northern frontier districts? Why am I saying this? See the way we pump oil from Mombasa, inakuja mpaka hapa Embakasi, that's over 500 kilometers. See, we can do the same for this water. We just pump it we channel it somewhere, we collect it somehow, and then we just pump it the way we pump oil from coastal. Is it something that is actually viable?
Gaddafi, the late Muammar Gaddafi, did they called it what, the man-made lake, 800 kilometers of transporting water into the desert. So if Libya did it, then there is a way that I think maybe can be done. There was discussions at some point around moving water from Lake Victoria and moving it further, but we have all these treaties around Lake Victoria and the Nile treaty that then make it. But yes, the issue of being able to provide a lot more water, there is some efforts that the various county governments and national governments have tried, but we can improve on it. Clearly there is a lot that can be done. So I know there is a Marshall Plan for water for 1976 that had a lot of this initiatives that was for the what you call the earthy plain, I think, or something, the riparian area. So there, some of these initiatives can be undertaken, but then some of them require just very little resource, like check dams and trying to stop the speed of water even in these small tributaries in parts of these areas. Those are initiatives that can be done even at county level to try and improve the situation that we have.
Sometime, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, I learned of something very interesting that I didn't know existed, and that is back in the day during, was it President Moi or President Kenyatta's time, the former Kenya, the first Kenyatta, we had land that we used to grow animal feed, so that during times of drought like what we're experiencing right now, that food would actually be taken to the animals and animals would be fed on it. Yes, I don't know if you've heard of it, but I didn't know that we had that level of disaster management, especially when it comes to matters to do with drought, famine.
There's a gentleman, and we are supporting his department. by the name of Honorable Elmi. I think you should have him here one of the days.
All right.
And we are supporting him. Elmi, Honorable Elmi, is they have government has set up livestock marketing and development authority that deals with such issues particularly. And because the challenge with even the drought that we had right now has been that nobody thought a lot around the animals. So the idea of being able to grow fodder and store it and be able then to transport it and have it availed during we lost quite a number of livestock, which was
unfortunate,
very unfortunate,
and also avoidable.
Yes. So I know a lot of these lands. I think the use of some of these lands changed. For example, even around the Athi River area, there was a holding ground for all these animals, livestock that will be brought into the abattoir.
To the Kenya
but then there was change of user, and now there are residential estates, and a lot of things have happened.
See, that's not the problem we're talking about.
But the initiatives that to support such initiatives.
Could you do that area?
Look at it this way. Disaster preparedness when it comes to issues of drought, it was something that was understood even in colonial times. We didn't start understanding it now because very many of the colonialists were settlers, which meant they were farmers and which meant they had livestock.
Yes.
So they understood this. So the idea of feedlots, when something exists in the English language, it means it's something they've done. That's why you have that word. Feedlots were created. They understood these problems occur. So there are places you need to move people to. When you have floods, if you are in Budalangi, you move from the lowlands, you go to the highlands. Okay? Because water comes up there and it floods down here. Now, for somewhere along the line, this cancer that we have called greed in this country, land that belonged to the government for specific purposes, people decided that they knew what to do with it, which was better. It was designated for these things. Somebody hives off a chunk and goes on. Somehow, this thing about building houses, goes and builds houses or goes and does something else with it. Now, the understanding of what needs to be done is not a secret, it's not difficult, it is not rocket science. It's understood and we know what to do. Why we don't do it is a really interesting thing.
Yeah, because if we have these feedlots, we're supposed to have land, grow animal food, and also human, by the way, so that we can take to our brothers and sisters in the north. Surely.
Right now, the biggest challenge we're having in the drought is the malnutrition levels.
Yes.
Out of the 3.3 million people that are faced with starvation, we have just slightly above 800,000 that are children below the ages of 5 that are in very critical conditions for malnutrition. And the connection that people do not make is that a lot of these families and these children are in these pastoral areas. And the reason that is happening is because they have lost the animals, because it is the milk from these animals
that they consume.
Yes, that they consume. So when the animals are famished, when the animals are dying, then it comes back to the humans. So the issue of and this is why we support some parts of this government initiatives. Just last week, our Secretary General was starting an initiative jointly with CAGRIC that has animal genetics to improve the breeds of animals in Kajiado. Because if then we can be able to take care of this livelihood, then we'll be helping resolve this issue of malnutrition that keeps coming back, and we have very bad figures. Some very bad pockets, including some wards in Baringo that the entire county is not as bad off as the Wajirs and Manderas, but then that particular county has very bad, and Turkana, very bad numbers for that. My point is we can't give up on some of these actions, because if then we do, then the situation keeps becoming worse and worse. So from where we are and what little resource that we have as a humanitarian agency and as actors also in the development field, then we have a role, and we play in that role in our small way to try and keep part of this. And the idea of the bigger idea around this the fodder bit is the thinking is that eventually there will be a sort of a warehousing mechanism for fodder, because fodder can last quite a long time if kept well.
True.
That will copy the National Cereals Board's system across parts of this arid lands, and it helps a lot of issues, because again, part of the conflicts that we keep seeing now in parts where of northern Kitui and Garissa and Tana River, where they keep clashing around animals moving into people's, the problems we have in Laikipia all the time can be really resolved by parts of these issues, because they have very bad trickle down effects if they are not handled. But can we be able to grow fodder and provide this as much as it had been done in the past? Even now it's still possible. Government still has very large tracts of land that can be used for this work.
Galana Kulalu has 1.7 million acres, just so that you understand.
Okay.
As a point of reference. So far, we've only managed, under active cultivation is 1,500 to 2,000 acres only. We have 1.7 million. I'm repeating it so that you know. That land is arable. That land has very many things we can do with it. We've talked about it being a food basket. It can. Remember, there's a time the Qataris wanted to lease part of that land for their own food production. So if you're talking about a factor of production that we have that can help solve this problem, we do. It exists. Why that hasn't been done, I don't know. What you refer to, crossbreeding of livestock, Ilri, which then later got tied in with Kari, so we now have Kalro. The research that they have done, one, just with the type of crops that can grow in these various areas. Two, the crossbreeding of livestock that are now resistant. They've done fantastic work, bringing exotic breeds from South Africa. South Africa were ahead of us because the Boers were predominantly farmers. So they have cattle that are resistant to this nice, delightful climate that we have on this particular continent. Now, why again that hasn't been done? We had ADC farms. ADC farms in the days gone by specifically were, among other things, demonstration farms, where all the things that you needed to understand about how to farm, whether you're talking about wheat, but they actually produce in large enough quantities, but you could go and see and learn. And they had areas where it is cattle and what it is that you do with cattle. Meaning, you want to farm, you go there and you understand, you learn. The means with which we can avert the very thing we're discussing here, we have. Something we don't have to look for. We have expertise. We have. If Kari, which is now Kalro, can grow grass scientifically and create it so that the Australians come and buy that grass, and that's what they feed their cattle on. Yeah, I'm just explaining this. The Brazilians have done the same with that grass.
But our animals are starving to death.
My brother, you've hit the nail on the head. You knew where I was heading, didn't you? Yes. So, you cannot tell me that we do not know what to do. We do.
Part of that challenge is also the fact that, and it's quite sad that we operate in one way. One of the best cooperative model seen in the world is our KTDA model.
Yes.
And part of the discussions, in particular with this department, what they're trying to do is, one of the things that exposes our pastoralists to this kind of problems is that they are being left on their own, so that it is each person for themselves. And taking care of cattle and sheep on your own without any economies of scale, any support, then becomes a challenge. So then and that initiative has already started to try and organize pastoralists and people whose livelihoods depend on this animal as communities that work together. But then talking about this, I feel like there has been, at least the thinking has started to change around how that was done. I know that if you look back in history, there was a government policy around investing only in high agricultural potential area. So the situation we have now did not just come out of nowhere. That for very many years, then the investment was, and that had its advantages. It drove our cash crop farming to where it is right now, the teas, the coffees and such. But then if it's a policy of government to keep investing in those areas, then it meant that it was also leaving the arid lands on their own. So in 2012 that changed. Now the policy, there is an entire robust policy around working a lot more with these arid lands and investing in them. But then it still needs a lot more commitment. We need to commit more resources to it.
Yeah.
Yes, and we need to stay at it and keep the policy working. And as City has mentioned, for example, Botswana land are doing very well in the livestock market, and they came to learn from this country of what exists in Kenya. So that means then what we have can work.
You know, I'm just wondering. So people come here,
Yes.
pick it up, go perfect it out there.
Yes.
And then as we're like, is it a curse?
No.
Ni laana tuko nayo?
No, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. And bro, stop expanding the heritage of your culture into the library.
Ni swali tu nauliza.
Kwani laana nini?
Tulilaaniwa na nani?
Laana nini?
Tulilaaniwa ni nani?
Do you know
mrogi mgani wana akakufa akatuacha na hizi shida?
Actually, urogi in this sense, when you have unbridled greed, it is akin to somebody being bewitched, because all sensibilities of the common good fly out of the window, and people focus on accumulating wealth which they're going to leave here. I don't know why people, if it's something you could take with you when you die, then I would understand the gung-ho manner in which we pursue it. How can you leave it? And at the end of the day, they will not bury you on 10 acres of land. That's the other thing. I don't know why, but Paul, we have the unique characteristics as a country of going backwards. Everything we discuss here was something we did as a government, and it worked. You see, Botswana is predominantly desert. Predominantly.
Okay.
But they are cattle people. You hear the diamonds, yes? They are cattle people. The places we refer to as semi-arid get rainfall. Agriculture in this country is devolved. Now, surely, with a little assistance from the national government, everything that we speak of and that Calro knows about can be applied in those areas. Remember, talking of curry, they had stations in every part of the country. They had stations in semi-arid. This Katumani maize that people talk about, that thing was sorted out here in Kenya. If you go towards Mombasa, a place called Simba, semi-arid, and you suddenly turn right, and there's all this greenery around you, and you're saying, my goodness, again, that was curry. What am I saying? We understood our shortfalls, we set up institutions to help solve it, and using scientific method, we were moving along very, very nicely. Then some people come along, fellow citizens, and they see this vast land and they say, hey, but Kerry doesn't need all this land, surely. For myself, then you guys can continue. The next person comes and says, Bona, see, even me, you. And suddenly the process that was set in motion to help the nation suddenly gets bastardized even as we watch. And some of those stations in places like even Kilifi, you hear, you may see remnants of it, but they are no longer functioning. Why? Those are institutions that should have been flourishing and booming. They were neglected somewhere along the line. So when we talk about the solutions that we do have solutions. Every once in a while I've seen in the past, when we have these problems, there's an appeal to Kenyans to contribute. And Kenyans contribute. That thing, it fascinates me beyond measure.
Kenyans for Kenya.
Oh, they do contribute. Why? We have not kicked this off, I don't know. Because Kenyans will contribute. It's a sure thing, they will contribute.
So in cases of things like floods, do we even have enough boats in Nairobi? For example, I don't know.
We have boats.
Yes,
but the first time we were bringing the boats, the people were laughing, wondering why would you need a boat in
Nairobi? Yes,
and then the 2024 floods happened,
and then we realized
that this is a situation. So clearly, and part of why we're bringing them is that, and it's been mentioned a lot, but I don't think people are paying proper attention to it, that the frequency of extreme weather event is already here with that. They used to say that it's going to happen, but it's Dagoretti on this Friday, the station weather station in Dagoretti, if you look at it, we received something close to 160 millimeters of rain in a couple of hours. That is extreme rain. So with that, even with a very robust drainage system, we would have still felt some effects of that kind of
rainfall.
And we're talking about a rain that is pre-season. The season has not yet started, so this is happening just before the season has the onset seems to have come early. So the level of preparedness that we all now require then grows quite a bit. So yes, with the kind of things that we are seeing currently, then there is a need, of course, to also upgrade even our aqua rescue equipment and things like boats.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Do we have choppers also?
The police have choppers and the military.
Yeah.
We do not have as a Red Cross. But we have partnerships. We have very good friends of Red Cross that support us in terms of emergencies when we need to evacuate and such.
Yeah.
So Kenyans have been generous enough for that.
Okay.
But part of what, as we were talking about Kenyans helping, part of what the problem is, the floods and the drought, is that part of what we are also requesting is that even from our development partners and our very many people that support us, that can we think beyond. Kenyans and a lot of people seem to be willing to support when they see images like this, when things are when they see bad images of children who are malnourished. So and the challenge is it's very good for life saving, but then we need to act on a more longer scale. So if today, then people would invest a lot more in the environmental programs that we have, in livelihood support, as what we were discussing just a few minutes ago around livelihoods and supporting such, then we wouldn't need to contribute as much or need to respond to as many as the populations that are suffering right now. If we could make a lot of them, because right now you look at the situation that is happening in Nairobi, and we're very sad for what happened, but looking at the relative capacity of Nairobi people and their resilience, is that today a lot of some of the very affected have been able to go back, and they're able to bounce back, and that is the main thing, because then they have a capacity to. If this then happens, unfortunately, in another part of the country, then that particular population will not be able to bounce back because they do not have the resources to do this. So that's what we need to invest a lot in.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Joe. Unfortunately, that's all the time we had to have this conversation. However, we are always open to hearing what other angles we can, contribute as far as the conversation is concerned, but towards finding solutions. Yeah. All right. That's where we come to a close on this particular hour. Sasa ile siasa nilikuwa nimewambia inakuja in the next hour. Right now, though, here's the news.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The National Transport and Safety Authority says its new instant fines traffic management system is now live. The system automatically sends traffic violation notices to drivers by SMS without any human involvement. NTSA says the move will make traffic enforcement faster, more transparent and more accountable across the country. Geographic Information Systems specialist Mohamed Mohamud Omar says modern mapping technology could help Kenya predict and reduce disasters like recent floods. Speaking to Radio Generation today, he explained that GIS use data from satellites, field surveys and other sources to create maps and tools that support decision-making during emergencies. Recent flooding in the country has so far killed at least 42 people.
Geographic Information System is a digital intelligent map that lets you analyze geographical features in space, and it also allows you to see how these features interact over space, and time. So GIS is basically using collecting information from ground data, satellite data, both primary and secondary data, and combining this information to make a map or a decision support tool that can inform decisions, that can enable evidence-based decisions.
Residents of Riatha village in Engineer Kinangop, Nyandara County set fire to 2 motorbikes suspected of being used to transport stolen meat. The residents say thieves often slaughter stolen animals before transporting the meat, adding that one of the suspects is well known in the area. They warn that they will continue taking matters into their own hands if action is not taken against the suspects.
Ng'ombe walikuta ikiwa imekatwa, hata haikuwa imetolewa nini, na tukaagana tutakaa hapa mpaka asubuhi. Asubuhi ndipo tuliona pikipiki mbili zimepangwa karibu na hapo, na wananchi wakawa wameingia kwa wingi sana, ikachomwa.
Hatuwezi kuwa tunaimba lakini tunashuhudia mapikipiki ya kichomwa na ili hali iwe ni yetu. Sasa tunataka kusema wale wenye wako na motorbike na wanaedanga nazo na wanazitumia kwa wizi waangaliwe sana. Na sisi nimesikia wanaraia wakisema watakuwa na koti yao ni moto na mafuta kuchoma. Kwa hivyo wakichijiwa ng'ombe wameamua nao watakuwa na choma wenye watakuwa wanaiba.
President William Ruto has said his working relationship with the Orange Democratic Movement will be based on equality and mutual benefit. Ruto said the agreement between his side and the party will be guided by trust and shared gains. He also noted that ODM is currently under the leadership of Oburu Oginga and indicated that he remains committed to maintaining the partnership.
Sisi tunaenda kuzungumza, tutengeneze serikali ya kuunganisha Wakenya wote, na sisi tunakutana kama equal partners. Mimi ni party leader wa UDA na mimi ni former deputy party leader wa ODM. So I am on both sides and I will make sure there is fairness. Kwa hivyo you have no reason to worry at all.
As ODM, and we are going to continue to negotiate, and we are preparing a negotiating team.
The Beverly Hills home of pop superstar Rihanna has been hit by gunfire, police say. Officers from Los Angeles Police Department responded to reports of gunfire at 13:15 local time on Sunday. A suspect was located and taken into custody. A police official told the CBS News that the home targeted belonged to Rihanna and that assault rifle casings were found at the scene. No one was injured in the incident. Rihanna was in the mansion at the time, a law enforcement source told Los Angeles Times. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi, niko na City Muga in the studio. We also do have the party leader of Progress Plus Alliance, Arnold Maliba. Arnold, welcome back to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Happy to be back.
Floods zilikupata wapi Friday?
Nilikuwa ninazurura.
Okay, but were you caught up in the mess?
Partly.
Okay.
Then I managed to get off before. But a number of people I know, friends, family, who were caught up for most of the night.
All right.
Yeah.
You heard what the Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja said. He more or less said that blame should go elsewhere and not basically his office.
He's right and wrong because there are 20 agencies that are to blame for what happened on Friday.
20?
Yes, 20.
Okay.
20 agencies that are to blame. But then the national government and the county government bear the greatest blame. But then the anchor where we go, we cannot be running all over. The anchor where you should lay our cries, let's not quote, even if it were not blames, but rather where we go and ask, where do we knock the door? Of course, we start with the county government.
Yes.
So there is this problem with the Nairobi setting that we really don't want to talk about. The last person who was serious about planning in Nairobi initially, before Kidero and Aladwa, was Nathan Kihara, the mayor, when they did the last master plan in 1973. It was
1973.
Yes, it was quite progressive, worked well. From 1973, we did not do any other master plan until 2012, 13, 14 is when it was launched. When it was launched, yes.
The one that JICA did.
It's called New Plan.
New plan.
IU plan. Yes.
So, Aladwa, Honorable George Aladwa, as the last mayor of Nairobi, comes in and finds a city that is actually chaotic. The other plan has been done in 1973. I wanted to actually think about 1973.
That thing was overtaken by events a long time ago.
Long time ago.
Yes.
Yeah, so we should have done a new plan by the year 1997. Between
some 20 years along the line.
We should have actually done
a plan.
Yeah. So Aladwa comes in and he works so hard. I think he had quite a number of people who helped him think through. So Aladwa raises about 1.5 billion shillings to do an all of society type of master plan. So with that, then he commences the process. By the way, there is no city that has got a proper blueprint now in Africa than Nairobi. Nairobi has got the best blueprint now, and it should take us up to 2040. Of course, the review should be done in 2030, but it should, after a review, it should take us properly. We can run with this up to 2040 without a problem. So to implement the Nairobi Integrated Urban Master Plan, you need about, by 2030, we should have spent about 2 trillion shillings. So where we are today is not because we do not have ideas, we don't have plans, or we don't have what to do. I can tell you in one word, or rather in one line. Number one, we refused to fund the plan. Because once Kidero launched the master plan in 2014, he then continued with implementing, quote unquote, his own manifesto.
Yes.
And then Sonko comes in.
He went back to Kahara's plan.
He had his own manifesto, so he ran with it. Then Sonko comes in, and Sonko does not do anything on the new plan.
Let's say he entrenched the status quo.
So when Sonko comes in, he becomes the EACC. He forgets that he's the governor. So he's running all over and everything else. He didn't touch anything on the new plan. Come NMS. NMS actually goes into the new plan, to the Nairobi Integrated Urban Master Plan. They go in there and pick procurement intensive programs that they can run with. So, and they do that, they pick plans. Everything NMS did was actually lifted from the new plan. They did that even without attribution. And you know, like when you're implementing a plan of that nature, you have to go piece by piece. So there's a level where you're starting at this level, because even if you're building a house, you cannot say, okay,
let's start with the roof.
The roof is very expensive. So I know the guy who's actually manufacturing the iron sheets. So because I want my money, you buy the iron sheets, and then you're saying you are building a house. So when you're constructing, but you know, when you're procuring, you can go as an individual, you can do it the way you want. But this is government. So NMS comes in and they pick low-lying fruits from the new plan. They rush very fast. Those things that, you know, as a country, our corruption is very much procurement based. So NMS goes that particular direction. So Sakaja comes in, of course, he's had his own ideas. He's tried to go back to it. When you hear the people talk about the railway city, is actually like a small component. You know, I say that because I actually was part and parcel of the social pillar. You know, of the master plan.
Okay.
We had several pillars and thematic groups that were working on different stuff. Because then
you were working on the social one.
Yes, I was on the social one. But then when we met as the entire team and the entire committee, of course, then we will go through the whole process.
Okay.
So I know that, do you know the funny thing is that other cities have actually been coming to Kenya to benchmark on our master plan, but we are not implementing it. But then, so let's start from a place where we know, number one, we know what ought to be done. We did everything with satellite.
We set in motion everything that is required.
We brought the Japanese, we brought every person, the UN Habitat was in this particular process. Every brain that knows how to make a city work was put into that. By the way, if anybody is running for Nairobi's governor, he should not give you a manifesto. If anyone is running as a governor in Nairobi and he's coming up with a manifesto that is not the new plan, he's conning you. Because he does not have capacity as an individual to do as intensive and in-depth plan that projects as far as the process that went into the new plan. And I'm telling you that it cost as much as 1.5 billion shillings. So an aspirant in Nairobi seated in a corner with a few people cannot come up with anything better than new plan.
Okay.
So if anyone is actually running for the governorship of Nairobi and he's telling you he has got a manifesto outside of that, he is conning you.
Okay.
He doesn't know what he's doing, and that is the problem. That a majority of the people who are running this city have not gone through the new plan. Those who want to actually come and even run this, they don't even talk about it.
Chances are they don't know it exists.
Oh no, they know it exists.
That thing is huge because elementarily, if you were to look at the main plan is about 900 pages. Then it has got sectoral, but you see that is exactly what Nairobi wants.
Put it this way. It is extremely detailed.
It's very detailed. I'm telling you, like, I know exactly what needs to be done at Museum Hill roundabout. I know what needs to be done to the three main rivers in Nairobi plus the tributaries of Madare, because you see the riverine ecosystem here is, of course, the three main rivers, and then now we have got the smaller ones, which most of them are largely tributaries for the Madare river now. The Ngong River, of course, is what floods Kibra here. On the other side, then, of course, there is the main Nairobi River. But that is not what really is the big problem here. The problem is that Nairobi is not the wettest town in Kenya. Unfortunately, Nairobi receives half the rain of the wettest town in Nairobi, or in Kenya. Because the wettest town is Kakamega. In another year, when the Mau is actually being taken care of very well, then it becomes Kericho. But then normally it is Kakamega, and then Kericho, then Bomet, in that order. Those are the wettest town, and they get about 2,200 millimeters per year.
Why are they the wettest towns in Kenya?
Because of the level of the
forest cover.
Of course, for Kakamega it has got the tropical forest cover, and then it has got the breeze from Lake Victoria, and then what we call the Congo. Not the Congo band. I know guys were making fun about the Congo band was performing, but then there's what comes from the Congo forest. I'm forgetting what the other word is, but there's a tide that comes from Congo. So when you take care of the Congo tide, and then the moisture from the Lake Victoria, and then the forests,
they actually coalesce Apo Kakamega.
Yes, so it becomes a good junction. Then there's the other junction. The best junction of rain in this country is actually the Bomet Kericho junction, because both of the lake, then they are on the Western Highlands, and then Mau Forest. That makes it the perfect place, and that's why you realize that those two places are the wettest. Nairobi, on a good year, it cannot receive more than 900 millimeters
of rain
annually.
Okay.
So what causes flooding here? Number one is not, we go into history a lot of times, so we start blaming Mzungu, he did, so we built Nairobi on a swamp. No, some areas of Nairobi are swampy. Not that Nairobi is a swamp. I have seen that lie going around. But there are cities in this world that actually are built on reclaimed land from the sea. So we are here. We have refused to simply implement a plan that we did and we have. So, and then when I spoke about very many people that actually are supposed to be blamed here, number one, today we have got flooding everywhere. There are people who act like they are not responsible. You don't hear Kenha, you don't hear Kera, you don't hear Kura. Those, number one, are the biggest culprits. Because the roads they manage, they construct, manage and maintain, number one, the culverts, the water drainage, they are the ones to maintain that.
When you say water drainage, you must also add storm water drainage.
Yes, storm water drainage, that's actually the proper word. Yes. Because Nairobi has got a lot of hard surfaces. And by then Nairobi is not saturated. I have seen people complain that, oh, we are building high rises and everything else. The solution of Nairobi's housing is in the sky. If we have to stop urban sprawl. Because again, Nairobi is almost catching up with Machakos. It's caught up with Rongai now going to Kiserian on the other side. It's caught up with Kitengela on the other side. We are going down Muthiga, going all the way. We are going to Limuru now.
We've actually reached Limuru.
So between now and Thika, for example, you can't tell the difference where Nairobi starts and where it ends. That's called urban sprawl. So for land use, that is not a very wise way of actually using land properly. So Nairobi is medium build. So it's not. Yes, the solution of Nairobi's housing is in the sky. Then the other bit of it that we actually need to actually put this in perspective is this. That 5% of Nairobians, 5% of Nairobi's population lives on 75% of Nairobi's landmass. 75% of Nairobians live on 5% of land. And they live in those areas like the Ngong River plain, that is Kibra.
The riparian areas. Of the waterways that we have.
The waterways. Yes, that is about 5%, and it carries 75% of Nairobi's population. There are places where there are simply no humans. If you were to use the per capita distribution of what happens in Mathare, for example. If you just cross the river, or if you just cross the road and went to Muthaiga, for example, you might find one person per acre.
Yes, even more.
Even it should be even lesser, a 0.5 person per acre. So, and that happens a lot. So 75% of Nairobi only hosts living. 5% of people live there. The other people are actually in small sanctuaries. So these hard surfaces, so you will have Kera has got a role to play, Kura has got a role to play, Kenha has got a role to play. Then of course the county government has got county roads also. They've got that to do. But then the drainage that we have, the co-infrastructure that we have, and here we are talking about stormwater drainage. That is where the biggest problem is, because we've got a lot of hard surfaces in Nairobi. By the way, Nairobi's roads occupy 11% of Nairobi's land. So with that, then you have got colonial era drainage system. Actually, they are not stormwater drainage system. Hizo ni mitaro tuko nazo.
Gutters.
Those are gutters. If you go to proper cities, you will not see the nonsense we have here.
They have proper tunnels.
Proper stormwater drainage tunnels. Properly taken care of. We have not done that. So, of course, governor is right when he says that he needs a lot of money. The governor needs about 25 billion. Like I've told you, to implement that particular plan, we needed by 2030 to have used 2 trillion. But this is where the money is. First of all, the only thing that we actually, let me not say the only thing, I'll sound very mean.
All right.
But the one thing that the governor has done so well is actually to be bold and tell the national government that according to law and according to the nature of where we live, Nairobi deserves more. And I need to tell you this, Nairobi plays 5 main roles that no other county has. At least 4, but 1 every other county plays. Nairobi is a county. It has got its own people like Kakamega, like Kilifi, like whatever. It's a county. Number 2, it hosts the seat of the national government. So, we host the government of Kenya in Nairobi. It's important to actually say, not that the government of Kenya owns Nairobi. We host them here as a county. We host them here. Number 3, we are the host of the country's commercial hub. In other countries, you will actually find the capital and the commercial hub are different. So the financial center, the National Financial Center, the corporate center, HQ is Nairobi. I'll actually come to that. Then Nairobi also is the diplomatic hub, not just continentally, but also global. There's UN Habitat here, so it's a plug and play. And then finally, Nairobi is actually the region's financial center. We host that for the country and we derive benefits. Now, Nairobi is that goose that lays the golden egg.
Yes.
But no one wants to feed it. We take a lot of money and then using that shareable revenue formula that we have, actually that formula disenfranchises Nairobi. And when the national government signs with Sakaja and they're giving him 80 billion, it's not that they are doing Sakaja a favor. You know, it sounded like they were doing Sakaja a favor.
They did.
It's not a favor. You know why? Because if we were to look at laws and frameworks and the practice elsewhere,
yes,
governments have to take care of the capitals differently. Here we have got the Urban Areas and Cities Act, takes care of that. And even just if we were to be fair, we talk about equity here. Most of Kenya's revenue is collected in Nairobi.
Yes.
KRA collects most of its money in Nairobi. It invests almost nothing other than the shareable revenue. The national government owes Nairobi County over 200 billion shillings in rates, rent, parking, and so many other services that they don't pay. They cannot even pay basic things as licenses and whatever.
Why?
They should be paying. So the national government owes Nikiburi too.
What do you mean?
They are government, so Nikiburi.
Oh,
yeah.
Wanakara tu kulipa juu wanaweza.
Yeah, you remember there were days where even Kidero and Sonko at some point decided tutawakatia maji, we will block parliament. You remember that when they wanted to auction
takataka ilimwagwa Kenya Power.
Yes, government buildings and whatever. So the national government owes Nairobi county government over 200 billion that has accumulated over the years. They have refused, won't pay, can't pay, and you can do nothing about it. Two, the national government draws a lot of money from this place. And now Alipi Kitu, as in Nairobi, as in the national government does not even pay rent for being hosted in Nairobi.
Hold on.
I want you to actually get that particular bit.
Yes,
so it's not that when the national government gives whatever they are doing in infrastructure, that they are doing Sakaja a favor. They are not doing Sakaja a favor. This city, this goose that lays the golden egg, it's important for them to take care of it so that they continue. Look at this. The innovation that comes out of Nairobi, the commerce that runs around here, everything that plays, it's what we get a lot of money from. Honestly, we should be working it so that then we can continue to have it work. That is not being done. There is law, it is constitutional. Giving Nairobi an extra 80 billion in infrastructure is not a favor. In any case, by the way, they should have actually given it to the county to run it as it's supposed to be run. But they have to sign paperwork because why? They want to take care of the procurement side. That is where the problem is.
I have a question though. On that issue of government not paying Nairobi County for the services that Nairobi County provides for the government. For example, right now, the governor is a UDA governor.
Yes.
The president is a UDA president. What is so difficult about them kuelewana kusikizana zile za sasa ile deni si mtupatie?
They have tried that. Of course, for the first time now that we have got a governor that is UDA and the president that is from one party, you realize that for the first time we have attempted to fund the new plan. I don't know whether you actually can realize that. You've just answered a question. You've raised an issue.
Yes.
That for the first time the national government sees the sense in reaching out to, or rather doing whatever is right. But this is a constitutional right. It's actually a constitutional due.
Yes.
That the national government should be paying to Nairobi. This is the first time somebody has actually gone back and funded Nairobi, or rather tried to fund the Nairobi Integrated Urban Master Plan.
Okay.
And the coordination between the national government and the county government, that is not something that we should have a lot of paperwork the way we are doing the ceremonies, the signings and ceremonies and everything else. They are doing that because they have to put up paperwork that secures procurement to remain with the national government on the other side. I don't have a problem if because that's where the problem is. These ceremonies and signing has nothing. It's just about the Ministry of Lands, Urban Planning, Housing and whatever, retaining the budget and everything else. Bringing in Mudavadi and everything else is number one to try and manufacture gratitude. But the 80 billion is actually Nairobi's money by right. The national government was not doing Sakaja a favor by giving him that 80. In any case, number one, they should be doing that regularly because this is where they draw most of their money. If Nairobi closes, they will not even have the money to give any other person. So it's not a favor they were doing Nairobi. So there is that particular bit. Right. So there are so many people who are to blame for what happened on Friday. Now we're talking about the real crisis. Have you heard Kenya Power say anything? They are silent as if they are not contributors to this problem.
What is their contribution?
Their contribution is that when they construct their power lines and whatever, it has to be done in a way that, because they have to also foresee the environment they are in. When you talk about land use is a very complex word. But you see, they are constructing the infrastructure here, right? So how safe are their cables? You know, these are the guys who, when it rains a little bit, wananua stima yao. Kidogo tu, wananua stima haraka. So, they are so silent, as if part and parcel of the people that died were not electrocuted. I hope you're getting my point. NEMA is also to blame for what happened. No one is talking about it. Nairobi Rivers Commission is there. There is a whole list I could actually go on. Actually, I checked and there are 20 agencies that should actually be brought to parade. Those are MDAs, ministries, departments, agencies from the county government and the national government. That number one, I'm talking about pre-flooding, not during flooding.
Yes.
Pre-flooding. Now, then of course you come during the flooding and you see the joke we are as a country. We are a serious joke.
So we
are not just a joke during voting. Because number one, Nairobi is so complex that you will expect that the people who have voted in Nairobi are people who will understand how to run a city. But do you know, whereas all other counties in Kenya moved on and took on MCAs, members of county assemblies, Nairobi remained with councillors. We have not moved on from the Kanjo mentality. If you do not have the Kanjo architecture, if you do not have the Kanjo mentality, then you cannot win a city in Nairobi. So you expect a goon, a basic goon whose business is simply to who trades in violence as a currency.
Who trades in mayhem.
Yes, a man who trades in mayhem to actually be able to actually interpret new plan. When is the last time you heard even the county assembly speaking about new plan? Yet it's actually a sessional paper passed by the county assembly and adopted by the cabinet of the Republic of Kenya. So the people of Nairobi also have to be serious. You cannot be voting in goons and lords of violence and mayhem and you expect that those particular individuals can actually solve these things. They will be there acting like the rest of us. You know,
no,
have
actually, no. We are not extortionists.
Who's we?
we, the ordinary citizens.
Okay.
I'm setting us apart. If the assemblies function as they should, they are the ones who should be highlighting these things we're talking about here.
Yes.
They are the ones who should have shouted the loudest, even as the warning signs were being talked of. And they should have been talking about the prepared, because it is not their job to implement these things.
That's why
they're supposed to hold the county government to account.
The guys at the county assembly, for example, they should be pushing the national government to actually honor what it owes Nairobi in the first place. 200 billion plus, nothing paid. The other part of it is that the Urban Areas and Cities Act, the county assembly has done nothing on decentralization. You know, we have got 3 levels of government. We've got the national government, we have got the devolved government, and below that, the Urban Areas and Cities Act gives us the 3rd layer, where we should be having towns, we should be having municipalities. By now, the boroughs that was it boroughs or what? They call
boroughs, yes.
That Sakaja was speaking about. Have you seen them?
How many times has he spoken about it?
They were in his
manifesto.
Manifesto.
That's when he spoke about them. Have you heard?
So there has not been decentralization, for example. So there's so much more to be done, but we do not have a leadership that actually we voted in for people who don't know. And you know the worst thing, you're going to find people in the city hall who are already there, don't give a damn about this city.
Yeah.
Those who want to come in do not understand anything about this city. So we keep on moving, and we are flying blind. So we will be here. By the way, we are going to make noise.
Yes.
Mbuvi, let me just remind you. I've just told that in 1961 we had the worst floods in Nairobi.
Yeah.
By then, Nairobi largely had a lot of playing fields. We still had, and that was largely in Pangani, Isli, Madare, going all the way to Dandora, present day Dandora. In 1961, we lost over 60 people in one day. The worst floods in Nairobi's history. It did not have as many hard surfaces as it is today. I've told you, from 2015, it has become very regular.
Actually, if I may just add something, Arnold.
Yeah.
In fact, it was one of the worst flood the country has ever seen.
Yeah.
Because it is remembered because it was a year or two before we actually got independence. And areas of this country that had large rivers like, say, the Nyando River, you have to keep talking about where I come from.
Which is okay.
Yes. Or people were displaced.
Serious. So
it's remembered.
So there were floods when Kidero was here. There were floods when Alado was around. There were floods when Sonko was around. There were. The only thing that people remember about Sonko is that during the floods, then he would bring his Sonko rescue team.
Yeah.
But you cannot Sonkonize the running of state.
True.
So from 2015, it has been regular. It has been, but in every 2 years we have had floods. In some years, it's actually twice. In March, April, and then October, November. Between September, October, November, then we've actually had floods sometimes twice in a year in Nairobi.
Yes.
It's so regular, it's so predictable. Now it's becoming almost more regular because now, of course, the hard surfaces are now more. Now, the guys who are running the expressway, they're going to act like they're also not to blame for what happened on Uhuru Highway and Waiyaki Way.
Drainage.
And remember, once they were done with the expressway, they were supposed to restore Mombasa Road and Waiyaki Way,
Uhuru Highway.
The people that were given money to do that restoration of the road, they did nothing.
How many years did we keep hearing of money is being allocated to do what they should have done? Nothing gets done.
Nothing gets done.
We give another year.
We hear people have gotten tenders to do the work. You don't see
again. Nothing gets done.
See, the president had even said by December it would have been.
Do you know how many times that has been said?
It's been said so many times that you cannot even remember. So
it's not in the whole era, by the way. You just have to get this thing right.
So what we are saying is that it is just said for the sake of being.
There is something that has been done now.
So you see, I also want you to remember that crisis is actually a sustainable business model for the people who trade in government. So now that we have got a crisis and everything else, we are going to use that emergency fund and kits and laws to ensure that we milk government as much as possible. So for as many people as have been running this government, they have utilized the emergency laws. So they are always waiting for a crisis. Now you are going to hear about the multi-agency, and then they will put in effect that emergency kitty whatever, and then they will direct a lot of money that side. And you can be sure that the service providers will be the same people. The tender, the suppliers will be the same people, because during this particular time there is not a lot of scrutiny. So it has been a sustainable.
I'm agreeing with you. The term emergency is very broadly used.
Yes.
Because even when issues were brought up regarding State House, the emergency fund crept up.
How much is this emergency fund usually? Because if State House can just withdraw, or rather they can be given some 8.4 billion. How much is that emergency fund?
I don't have the right figures, but it's in hundreds of billions. And it is flexible. You can always then rework it. You can rework it. You see, now we have got floods. You can then go ahead, draw the money, and then regularize it. You will regularize during a supplementary window. So we will have a supplementary window, and then it will go under the emergency kitty window. So for the people who trade in government, that has become a sustainable business. In fact, they wait for when. So like, for example, I was here last year. We spoke about the global hunger index, talking about we will be having about 3 million people going hungry in January. You want to tell me government didn't know? They knew.
Actually, Red Cross did just say it's 3.3 million people. I
saw even the guy from the meteorological department a week before the floods, sounding helpless on Citizen. literally let us work, and I think his name is Muriuki, something like that. The guy was, as he gave his final closing remarks, he was appealing to government. Remember, the meteorological department is part of government. He was appealing to them to prepare and be ready. No one did anything, and we knew that the rains would come. We actually had seen the pattern. We would rather prepare and say, this time we prepared and it didn't show up. We are much better.
Okay.
And then now to emergency, the other thing that I really need to mention, because we are a joke of a country that I don't know what we really, who we really are sometimes. Even serious institutions bring jokes, we make jokes too far. And I'll touch institutions that people don't even love touching about. All of us saw KDF coming to the streets that night.
Yeah.
We were told it's RRU. Of course, I think that's from the Air Force, looking at the RRU and then the uniform. They came with APCs and technicals. There was no boat. The people were drowning. There was no rain. No, I'm just telling you. And do you know what they were? They were dressed in combat.
Yeah. And the raincoats.
Usual boots. Not a, just something dropped. There's not even a raincoat. Dropped there. And slinging guns. You want to fight water with guns. What kind of jokes do we really do? As in, whoever is, you are putting those, I know that was it in real power dynamics. That had nothing to do with rescue.
With the floods.
It was about signaling power and showing that, okay, we are with you. We should not be taking these jokes too far. At that particular moment, of course, we appreciate the moral support they brought us in the streets. But do those guys, for example, understand the traffic management procedure and everything else? Do we have an integrated traffic management way where KDF, for example, would plug in with the traffic department so that then we unclog the roads? And I'm talking about the traffic.
Yes.
Because there's nothing literally that causes so much problems other than traffic itself. And that traffic is being caused partly because of the flooding. So we bring out even sensitive and important agencies like KDF, and they don't come with anything that looks like fighting floods. So it's signaling, putting out there. This kind of jokes should not be extended that far. Because if those floods were serious, they would actually have swept those guys away. As in, they show up later, people are already dead. No single boat, no cranes, nothing that looks like it's clearing. We have brought Land Rovers, the technicals, and some APCs, the traditional APCs, in the streets, and those guys are slinging. They're slinging.
I thought those APCs are actually amphibious vehicles. No.
You joke a lot. Anyway, but let's do that. My point is this: that in rapid response, did we arm those kids with the right tools as they came to the streets? That is my point. Where were the police, for example? Why is it that every time we have got flooding, the police disappear? But on the day your insurance expires, that day
they are there.
Somebody will actually stop you. Somehow somebody will stop you. It doesn't matter. Even if you don't use the industrial area route, that day when you pass there, somebody will stop you.
But if they have introduced instant fines, effectively from today.
Again, that is a tender-based thing. There was a system that was already existing between when the president spoke about it and today. What procurement has happened in between there, now and then. It already was existing. That was actually preparing the landing of the system.
Yeah.
And like I told you last time, that any program that has got the president endorsing, anything that has got a presidential endorsement, if you see a national program and policy in William Ruto's Kenya, once you see a presidential endorsement, you know, that is how you define an upcoming scandal.
Now, getting back to this, because I want to plug in and see how then the National Infrastructure Fund, first of all, this fund, because now we have infrastructure that is killing Kenyans. What is this fund, first of all, supposed to address?
First of all, of course, as we spoke last time, and the way they've told us that you are going to actually get taking care of the country's core infrastructure without necessarily, quote unquote, having the problem of going back to the budgeting cycle. But then I need to remind you one thing, that Kenya is actually number 3 in Africa when it comes to actually paved roads and infrastructure. That is one thing we don't talk about so much. We are not yet there, of course, and we shouldn't be in a competition of dwarfs. We are going somewhere. So we have done fairly well with what we've had.
What do you mean fairly well?
In the last 20 years, actually, we've done very well for ourselves.
How? Explain this very well. How do you measure this? What is the standard unit of measure?
I'm talking about the quality of life. Kenya, the quality of life for Kenyans has remarkably improved as you would compare in the 90s.
No, the quality of life for some Kenyans. Arnold, let's give the readers a good shake of this, because
I was going to break down that.
Okay, go ahead.
Now we actually on a down spiral. In the last 7 years, about 5 million people have actually joined poverty. People who already had escaped it. We're talking about not that they have shown up now, but now they are poor. No,
they were actually okay.
They already actually had escaped that trap.
Now they are back.
Now, due to what we've been doing, we brought them back. 5 million people, bringing them back into what essentially becomes, so I call it functional poverty.
And there are some new ones who are not even in that.
No, they're emerging as Gen Zs and the others as they come in, the children that we have, the alphas and whatever. They're joining that. Okay. So, of course, it's been here, and I came here and had a whole hour and spoke about way before the issues that these guys have actually raised, and now you actually see where we are today.
Yeah.
Of course, the courts have lifted that, and it's asked them to present the final, the past NIF law for review. Of course, we are not yet done with the courts entirely.
Yes.
Because if in one way or the other, then it has got problems. It will be like so many other laws and programs this government has passed that have actually ended up being declared unconstitutional. So we are at a place where, of course, the president says he wants to build such these infrastructure. Some of the things that I've spoken about, partly you'll be talking about Nairobi. Out of the 5 trillion, if you are to ensure that Nairobi is actually proper, and you know, when you're talking about infrastructure in Nairobi, today we've only spoken, the problem we are speaking about here is just one: stormwater drainage. If we were to actually just limit it to a single issue, we've not spoken about transport. We've not spoken about the entire transport network, as it were. We've not spoken about the airport. We've not spoken about water. We've not spoken about so much. So, of course, the president argues that the way we do budgeting does not then afford him the freedom to do this.
Yes.
So, of course, his argument is that, and he uses Talanta a lot. Of course, I spoke about Talanta last time I was here.
Yes.
And already you have seen what is showing up in the papers about it. It didn't take so long. You've seen stories of, you saw, when we spoke, the Auditor General had not
given a report.
Had not audited.
Had not done the auditing. By the way, what happened on Friday, using the auditor's language, is that the Rains audited the urban planning and the books didn't balance.
Yeah.
In a word, what happened on Friday is that the Rains came auditing our infrastructure and urban planning, and our books did not balance. So when the auditor shows up, she raises up a little bit of what actually I had said, that the funds can actually be mismanaged, they can be abused. So if you want to see how the National Infrastructure Fund is headed, you don't need to struggle. Please look at how already we are dealing with the sports fund. See how we are dealing with the sports fund. So we're talking about drainage, like what we're talking about. It looks like it's capital intensive. So you can't do capital investment on infrastructure with the way we are doing balancing. But I know politically, because in politics nothing comes out of goodwill. Like I said, everything comes from a budget. So here, and from the budget, then that is why a lot of politicians get into power, and that is why power is for holding. No one wants to actually let power go. So we want to run the infrastructure. Of course, you've seen what the Auditor General has said about it. You've seen the lists, or rather a long list of the constitutional concerns, issues to do with the management. Of course, Parliament, quote unquote, tried to take over the oversight. They passed, they did a little bit of realignment. But for me, I can tell you that is a PR exercise, especially for a parliament that has actually been captured by the executive. So there's not so much about it. It will actually be cleared in a committee. A committee normally that will be given to.
They will launder it.
Given to a chair from the ruling party, and
they'll go through the motions of doing due diligence
and nothing.
But you see, if you do due diligence, then all the questions that are later asked by active citizens who observe these things will not be asked, because the questions that they have will have been answered. But when questions arise, it means even if they were answered, it wasn't satisfactory. Now, the problem is the response that usually is now silence.
Okay. Yeah, like for example today, up to now, once we push them to the wall, giving you an example of the passports that we were giving to rebels and whatever.
Yeah.
You realize the government has said nothing. Because what exactly can they say? They hope that somehow there will be floods, there will be something else, and then you people will forget.
Yeah.
They play around with that a lot. But this for me is a very simple issue. As a country, we must resist the National Infrastructure Fund by all means.
Why?
Because now I was young and now I'm old city. And I have seen these jokes. I haven't been in opposition and I've been in government. I know exactly what this thing is about. When I spoke about it last year, a few people say that it was so speculative. I saw the comments on your page, guys saying, okay, this is too speculative, let us wait. When the Auditor General came in, when the accountants came in, when all those professional agencies came in, they were raising the same issues. You can see where this is going. Number one, the president is running away from the budgeting process. The president is running away from oversight. Because 2024 taught the president that budgets are very polarizing. And the architects of the constitution wanted the budgeting process as polarizing as possible.
Yes.
So that citizens can participate in the process and whatever we eventually implement.
Who wanted it polarizing as possible?
The architects of our constitution, the architects of our constitution wanted the budgeting process, because governance, everything we can talk about, the leadership and management of a country ends up summed up in one thing, the budget.
And that is why we have a budget-making parliament.
This budget is not a late endorser to the budget-making process like the other parliaments used to be. What we have here, the people's representative, the parliament that we have today, is a budget-making body. I want to that the budget is about 3 times into parliament before it gets out here. The draft you see has been in parliament through it has gone through the process. It's left treasury, gone to parliament, some committee, come back, then gone to another one, then come back 3 times before it comes back to the people out here. Parliament is a budget making. So what is the president doing? The president is evading parliament, which means the president is amending the constitution. Cleverly. Because he's running away from budget making, and they will tell you, the way it was actually posted, it's actually being presented to you, that once we have got this thing, is actually a silver bullet. This National Infrastructure Fund you'll just be seeing roads, no taxes. You will see railway, roads, everything, but you will not be taxed, which is actually another anomaly. We are also amending the laws on national debt, because what we have done by going that route is actually to move this debt thing into the footnote, not the main body now. We are removing it from the headline and putting it into the footnote. But it's still debt anyway, because what are we doing? We are liquidating public assets. But you are being told, this thing, you will not hear about your tax and whatever. We are hedging future earnings.
Securitizing, as they call it.
That is
exactly. So the word securitization and leveraging is simply hedging what we already have. And when I was here last time, I said, this is the route it's actually going. At that particular time, they weren't using words securitizing and hedging. It's already shown up. What these guys are going to do is so simple. And I want to repeat this because I said it last time here. They are going to actually, if this thing goes through and it's been cleared, they will raise about 500 billion on that particular fund.
Yes.
Then go to the market out there, do securitization, or just get a Shylock out there. It's just a Shylock anyway. And then ask for about 2 to 3 trillion shillings.
But you just pause for a single second.
Yeah.
Does that then not go against the very grain of what an infrastructure fund is supposed to do?
Exactly.
Because an infrastructure fund is actually a tool that is used for investment. You make money from it, and with the money that you make from it is the one which you now build infrastructure, you do this, you do the other, you do the other. But if you're using it as security,
they are using
to get
actually
a
they're
loan,
comparing it. They are once they start using words like leveraging, it's not. They are using the UAE and Saudi Arabia. That's what they are telling us in words. But then if you look at how the other one works on the other side and what they're actually proposing here, it's not the same. So we are at a place where people the president just wants a pot of money where he can pick money at wish and use it without anybody asking him. So how is he going to do that? Raise little money, go to the market, quote unquote leverage, because they're going to pick a few assets. If you don't get the 500 billion shillings in cash, you have got the Safaricom money, you have got the Kenya pipeline money, then you can put a few other national assets under the National Infrastructure Fund.
They're selling some more.
Yes, there's a whole list about 22 or 17.
But then we have a problem.
So once you do that and you pick a few other assets that you want to liquidate but they are not ready, you give them the management of the fund.
Like the ports that they're intending to sell, the Lamu port, Mombasa port, and
they're privatizing.
They're privatizing.
Yeah.
Privatizing.
So if we want to sell radio generation, for example, and we've not found a buyer, we then say, naturally now this radio generation is under the National Infrastructure Fund.
Yes.
So when the National Infrastructure Fund inapiga hesabu ya pesa yake, what it's worth, we include the worth ya radio generation.
Okay.
So with that, then we can talk to CT if he has money, and I tell CT, I have this collection, I have got some money, I have got some assets, ninataka liquidity guaranteed by what I have.
Arnold, if that is the thinking, then it is not an infrastructure fund.
It's not. They are using the Saudi Arabia one when they pitch,
it is
but
not.
they don't look the same. It's not.
It is not, because that's not an infrastructure. You see, people who have infrastructure fund look at what they have, not things to sell, as in you have some built environment, you have a port. No. You do an audit of the natural resources you have. The natural resources we have are aplenty. You tell us this is what we have, this is its potential. Okay? That potential that it has is what then, when monetized, goes into the infrastructure fund and the sovereign fund, if you so wish. You can raise money using an infrastructure fund. What you do is NSSF, pension funds, all this money that seem to sit somewhere before you expend it, you sell to them, so you raise money. Now that money has to be invested, because the infrastructure fund is supposed to be self-perpetuating over time. And why you hear me making the argument for a sovereign fund and infrastructure fund, the infrastructure fund is supposed to create infrastructure, is supposed to create value that people pay for. That's how the money is raised. Now, we understood this issue of an infrastructure fund long before the name came up.
Yeah.
We had toll stations which we abolished. We had a unit in our fuel that was supposed to help the acquisition and the money from it maintain road, the levy fund, isn't it? Whoever came up with the idea of the fuel, it was a brilliant idea. If someone now wants to talk about building structures, we already got it wrong. Already we've got it wrong. Why are you spending money on building structures when the very nature of that building will guarantee that you're not going to collect the money you intend to collect? You won't. You have a way in which we've already demonstrated we can actually get money. But more importantly, we are very silent on our natural resources. Every once in a while there's a newspaper report of gold in Kakamega. Then you hear of rare earth in Mrima Hills. You keep hearing these things. This should be a national story where we are being told this is the worth, this is what the government gets, this is what the county government gets, and this is what comes to us. Why do I say this? Norway, when this issue of Gaza came up, I didn't know until I read it. Among the things that the Norwegian Sovereign Fund had invested in was the company Caterpillar, the ones which produces these huge
earth movers.
Yes. There were earth movers made by Caterpillar moving things in Gaza. They said then the money can't be associated with such things. They withdrew the fund. It's a conversation that needs to be in the open so that people can understand what is being spoken of. You can't throw technical terms and then at the end of the technical terms say some benefit will accrue. It has to be explained blow by blow by blow by blow by blow. The idea of an infrastructure fund is really a good one, but what we're discussing here, that's not an infrastructure fund.
So that has been the argument of everybody going to parliament. Ndini Nyoro has said that. So many other people are saying that whatever we are comparing, we use false comparisons, but what we are doing is not the same. But you see, I am here to actually just say politically what this is about. The president needs the National Infrastructure Fund for purposes of raising campaign money. Let's not go round and round and round about this issue. And I can demonstrate to you how it's actually going to work. Once the president has got about 2 trillion shillings into the infrastructure fund, you are building things that go everywhere. So there is a building here, there's another one here. When you see a lot of construction, automatically then you will be like, okay, they are working. But largely that is not even, like I said, for William Ruto, people have been wondering why a country that is run by a president who is educated, he has got a collection of some of the best educated people, but somehow they keep on fumbling. Have you really wondered why? Because the president's approach to running government is so simple that unless you know how to make money out of policy, then, and I'm talking about making money for you for personal use, the people the president keeps closer are people who can make money out of policy. The National Infrastructure Fund is one of the best ways to get there. Number one, they will actually fool the nation, give you a little bit of things that look like something is working here. Number two, they will even hide debt, because the National Infrastructure Fund, the way they actually are approaching it is hiding debt. Now we have opened up a different silo of raising national debt, because we are the sovereigns. We are the guarantors to that particular fund eventually.
As into posterity.
Yes, forever. Then, number three, you put up that money. You are telling the people like myself and City who come from Western, once they see that expressway happening and whatever, you will not tell Aluo and Aluo that this thing is bad. They will tell you, when you people were building Thika Road, did you bring kizungu mingi? Hamukuleta kizungu mingi. Mbona mmengoja sisi sasa ile tunajengao ndio mnaleta kizungu mingi? But what is happening here is that we have got a weasel, a clever group of people who simply are making money out of policy. Here you have got a lot of construction. You know that they will get a lot of kickbacks. That kickback is what then will finance and run the campaign next year. Like, for example, a lot of people, by the way, this one is a little bit removed from this. A lot of people do not know why William Ruto is so concerned about ODM, even when it's breaking. One of the reasons why William Ruto is actually supporting ODM is because ODM has money more than any other party in this country. A lot of people don't know that. ODM is owed about 12 billion by the national government, because in the days when ODM was effectively in opposition, it was denied money and it still had numbers. So ODM is owed about 12 billion. So once Oburu or whoever is there, once they sign an agreement with William Ruto, somehow that a section of that money will be available and it will end up in campaigns. So when you sit here and you think that William Ruto is just pursuing ODM just because ODM has got some numbers and whatever in national unity, no. There is no policy that William Ruto pursues that has no money at the end of it. From the very planning to cash out, he knows his way out.
Arnold, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
It's we have a political culture that we have developed and evolved, and we've cemented in this country.
Yes.
Is that for political purposes and expediency, people raise money through any means possible for the election. So with every electoral cycle, our politicking gets more and more and more and more expensive. One is reminded that I was home over the weekend. I was reminded of that again, of how it is that has been the norm.
Do you know how we solve that problem, City?
Tell me.
We cannot tell the people not to take the money. What we need to tell the people is that if somebody has been in power, like a sitting MP, a sitting governor, a sitting president, if he has to give you money during campaign, it means that he failed you when he was in office. Because if he did his work, you will not be given food, you will not be given relief for you to do what? During campaign. If somebody wants office and he's outside of power and he's giving you money, he is signaling intent. So that is evidence. So do you know how you treat that money? Campaign money and political money, we should tell people to eat the money and vote wisely. Because political money is public money that has been stolen or will be stolen, and that by taking it, you are doing partial recovery. We should not shy away from telling people, once we make the people to eat that money seriously, then people will start having ideas of how to talk about it. Because if you bring your money, then we eat, and then we don't vote you, it will change. You know why? Because at the end of the day, we will realize that money is not enough. And we need to tell voters that that is public money. It's important to remind them that it's public money that has already either been stolen. So if you don't eat it, they will eat it or somebody else will eat it.
Arnold,
So that is partial recovery.
You come from a region of the country where people queue to get 50 bob and 100 shillings, and you wonder what they're going to do with it.
That is partial recovery. Let us not shame them.
You and I will have this
Voters are also economic actors, and we should act. Look at this. A voter is homo economicus. City will know what that is.
Just like homo erectus
is homo economicus. They make decisions. they make decisions in their best of interest. And here we have to tell them that if somebody is bringing a bribe, either he plans to steal or he already has stolen. So please do partial recovery. But then when you get to the booth, that is where the nation is changed. That is where transformation is done, and no one will hound you for voting wisely. So eat the money. That is partial recovery, and then go and vote to change your lives.
Thank you so much. With you, but we've come to the end of this. But I disagree.
Thank you so much, Arnold Valiba, for that. You know, the last time we spoke about this infrastructure fund, yes. I thought I had had everything. But today you've added a few things, and I'm like,
if you watched Parliament, you saw a lot of people building on what we had discussed. And there's so much.
Okay.
There's so much. So I think we still need a discussion about this, but then it's important to tell Kenyans, members of Parliament, leaders, professional organizations, resist the National Infrastructure Fund, because we are headed into a ditch. This is going to be the golden bug of this regime. This is going to be the Anglo-leasing of the Kenya Kwanza administration.
Thank you so much, folks. See you tomorrow, bright and early.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga, Acting Deputy Secretary General for Programs